Okay, we are good to go. Good evening. I would like to welcome you to the August 21st, 2025 Town Council meeting of the Town of Barnstable. In accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 20, I must inquire whether anyone is recording this meeting, and if so, to please make your presence known. Seeing no one, this meeting is being recorded and televised live via Xfinity Channel 8, Channel 1070, and High Definition Channel 1072. It may also be accessed via the Government Access Channel live stream feed on the town website, the Barnstable app, the dedicated Barnstable streaming app, and streaming platforms including Roku, Apple TV, and Amazon Fire Stick. Madam Clerk, we have a roll call, please.
Councilors: Bloom,
Here.
Burdick,
Present.
Clark,
Here.
Crow,
Here.
Levesque, Ludke,
Here.
Mendes,
Here.
Neary,
Here.
Penn,
Here.
Schnepp,
Here.
Starr,
Here.
Tamish,
Here.
Turkelson.
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you. Okay, Councilor Lutke, if you could introduce
Thank you, President Tamish. Please remain seated while we hear a little bit about our veteran tonight who's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I will tell you he is 74 years younger than the oldest veteran we've had. So it's nice to see both sides of the spectrum. Captain Ben Brea is a native of Dover, Massachusetts, and a graduate of the United States Military Academy at West Point. And I think you see him up there with his West Point. He was the class of 2018. While at West Point, he served as a captain of the Nordic ski team. He also completed the U.S. Army Air Assault School. Upon graduation, he was commissioned as a field artillery officer. Following his commissioning, Ben completed the Field Artillery Basic Officer Leadership course at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, and was then stationed at Joint Base Lewis McChord with the 1st Stryker Brigade Combat Team and the 2nd Infantry Division. He served as a fire support officer with the 1st Squadron of the 14th Cavalry Regiment, planning and executing mortar, artillery, and close air support missions. He later became a fire direction officer for Bravo Battery, the 1st of the 37th Field Artillery, where he managed firing data, munitions, and the tactical employment of 6 M777 howitzers. His training included multiple rotations at Yakima Training Center, the National Training Center in Fort Irwin, California, and the Joint Readiness Training Center in Fort Polk, Louisiana. After his assignment at Joint Base Lewis McChord, Ben returned to Fort Sill to complete the Captain's Career Course and subsequently assumed command as a home station mission commander at Fort Hood, Texas. In this role, he was responsible for the training, readiness, and welfare of 120 soldiers while his battalion was deployed to Poland. Ben concluded his military service in December 2023 and is currently pursuing a Master of Business Administration at Emory University's Goizetta Business School in Atlanta, Georgia. He intends to transition his leadership and operational experience into a career in commercial real estate. Ben enjoys spending time with his family on Cape Cod and Nantucket Sound. Let's welcome Captain Ben Brea.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ben. If you'd please remain standing for a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Okay, public comment. Please make sure you sign in with your name and village for public comment. Public comment is 3 minutes. Please keep your comments brief and to the point. Written comments are always welcome at council@town.barnstable.ma.us and will be distributed to the entire council. I wish to remind everyone that no member of the public may speak without first being recognized by the presiding officer. The public will have an opportunity to speak during the public comment portion of the meeting and during any public hearing on an agenda item. You're free to express your thoughts, opinions, and criticisms during public comment. However, your comments must be directed to the council as a body through the presiding officer. You may not speak directly to any individual councilor. You also should not be addressing your comments to anyone else in the room, not to town staff, nor to another member of the audience. Public comment is to be directed to the council. We also ask that members of the public refrain from making audible comments during the meeting unless they've been recognized to speak by the presiding officer. The council presiding officer will request silence if anyone ignores this rule. Thank you. So public comment. Would like to start. If you could just announce your name and village, please, and make sure that you've signed in.
Yes,
Be
sir.
great.
Bettina Abe, Hyannisport. Good evening. My name is Bettina Abe, and I serve on the board of Save Twin Brooks, Inc., an organization committed to protecting the wetlands and natural ecosystems of the Stewart's Creek watershed and its connected waterways, which ultimately flow into Nantucket Sound. Tonight, I'm representing Save Twin Brooks, and we want to bring your attention to a serious environmental concern involving 32 Pleasant Hill Lane, a site impacted by recent unpermitted dewatering activities connected to the sewer project at 268 Stevens Street in Hyannis, a project that is now on hold. Earlier this month, the Barnstable Department of Public Works pumped an estimated 10 million gallons of water over a 10-day period from this wetland area without the legally required order of conditions, as confirmed by Gerald Martin, Regional Director of the Mass Department of Environmental Protection. We believe this action constitutes a clear violation of the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act. The affected wetlands, located approximately 1,200 feet from the pumping site, have not yet recovered from this devastating and unauthorized intervention. While public outcry successfully halted the pumping, we remain deeply concerned about the long-term ecological impact and the possibility that this activity may resume without proper oversight. Additionally, it is suspiciously coincidental that a large proposed housing development next to the dewatering site at 32 Pleasant Hill Lane relies upon this wetland as having an intermittent stream, implying that this area actually goes dry. Save Twin Brooks is currently appealing the order of conditions for that project. Photographic evidence, as well as the town's GIS and mass mapper, shows this wetland is very much a part of the Stewart's Creek watershed and is perennially wet. Additionally, the 4 parcels of land directly abutting 32 Pleasant Hill Lane to the immediate north and west are owned by the Conservation Commission, and they are in an aquifer zone. We respectfully urge the town council to ensure that no further dewatering is permitted unless it is fully reviewed and approved under the Wetlands Protection Act, properly permitted by the DEP and Conservation Commission, and thirdly, closely monitored to prevent further environmental damage to the Stewart's Creek watershed.
Ms. Abe, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you. In closing, we are asking for accountability, transparency, and environmental responsibility. Please ensure that the rules in place to protect our wetlands are followed by everyone before any further harm is done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, did you? Oh. Thank you. Right, yes. Good evening, President Tamish, councilors. I know offshore wind cable landings are not top of your minds at present, But I want you to know that our group, Save Greater Dowses Beach, has been following up on our concerns about the potential for high levels of EMF from this infrastructure, both proposed and already installed. We were very gratified to see Town Manager Elz's letter of 8/15/25 to Secretary of Energy and Environmental Affairs Rebecca Tepper reflecting the same concerns. His first letter received no response. In the meantime, SGDB has launched a Citizens EMF Reading Project in which a trained team records weekly EMF levels from the Covels Beach cables. We're not all scientists, although our steering committee includes 2 engineers, a scientist, and a physician. We do use that expertise to best understand what we're doing and to ensure accuracy of results. Our early findings after 6 weeks are this. While we were worried about EMF on the beaches from offshore wind cables, we have come to realize that readings on the beach tend to be slightly elevated, but that very elevated readings are in the Covels Beach parking lot and higher still along the 5.3 miles of duck bank from the beach parking lot to Independence Drive. At times, we have recorded EMF at 1 meter above grade as high as 100 milligauss, about 100 times the level of ambient EMF we all experience in daily life. As you know, we are talking about extra high voltage electricity through residential neighborhoods. Avangrid has proposed 20 miles of duct bank in Barnstable. We find this to be outrageous and unacceptable. Avangrid told us once that any EMF detected would be no more than that emitted by a handheld hairdryer. I don't know anyone who uses a hairdryer 24/7, 365. That's the difference here. I get almost daily reports from Nantucket about the number of Vineyard wind turbines that are operational. At one point, 18 were turning, but more recently, the average seems to be 9. EMF is proportional to the current being generated. What will our readings be when and if 62 eventual turbines are running? Thank you for your time and attention, and I am glad that Mr. Ells continues to press the current administration at the State House for a response on this critical matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
I'm Suzanne Conley from Osterville. I should have said that. I'm sorry.
My name is John Terry. My wife and I live in Centerville. I'd like to speak about the resolution regarding freedom, justice, and equality for all residents. My wife and I moved here 19 years ago, and 19 years ago, we could do almost everything at our house aside from electrical work and plumbing. We did a lot of work in the yard. We'd plant grass, we'd mow it, we'd put in edging, we put in shrubbery, we put in trees, we built fences. My wife decided she would take care of cleaning the house because she believes I have a genetic inability to recognize dirt. All was well until the moment that my wife had what an orthopedic surgeon referred to as a catastrophic shoulder injury. And that's when we hired a woman who's Brazilian, who's been here 20 years, a wife, a mother, an active church member, to come and help once a month. In this past year, I developed a respiratory illness, so I couldn't do all the things I'd always done before. And so we hired another man, I don't know where he's from, obviously had an accent, to spread the bark mulch. He did a wonderful job. He did it very, very economically. These are people we depend on. And then, about 6 weeks ago, my wife got a call from the daughter of the woman who's been cleaning our house for years. She went into Boston to make sure all her paperwork was in order. And I saw her. They didn't care about the paperwork. They threw her in a van, and today as I speak, she's in a cage in Louisiana. One of our own is in a cage in Louisiana with 30 other women. And those 30 women in this cage have one bucket on the floor as their toilet. You may have heard the words of Martin Niemöller, who was a Protestant minister in Germany, when he began to see things evolving as we are seeing things evolve. He said, first they came for the socialists. I'm not a socialist, so I didn't speak up. Then they came for the trade unionists. I didn't speak up. I'm not in a trade union. Then they came for the Jews, and I'm not a Jew, so I didn't speak up. And then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak up. I believe that the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King was absolutely right. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And so, I trust that was for Dr. King, not me. He just said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So I ask you to please unanimously pass this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nina Tepper. I'm a resident of the town of Barnstable, living in West Hyannisport, and a member of the Mid-Cape Immigrant Rights Coalition. I stand before you to help shine a light on the necessity of the town of Barnstable Town Council to adopt the resolution, quote, affirming the town's commitment to freedom, justice, and equality for all Barnstable residents and visitors. Throughout our U.S. history, our greatest achievements were won by affirming these core American values enshrined in our U.S. Constitution. When I last spoke before the Town Council, I described my work as an ESL teacher for immigrants in the town of Barnstable. Many of my students were compelled to immigrate for a multitude of reasons, with the hope of achieving the American dream, by first learning English and then later studying to become an American citizen. They came to this country legally, but in some cases the rules are being changed. Green cards are expiring early, and many are fearful of going to the immigration hearings with stories that we just heard of ICE waiting in the wings to arrest them. It is not a crime to be in this country without documentation. With the dehumanizing and unconstitutional activities of ICE across the Cape and Islands, many are fearful of going to work. Some fear for their children and hesitate to send them to school. Families are preparing documents for their children's care in case that they are taken by ICE when they're away from home. How can we turn our backs on such injustice and lack of due process and expect a better outcome? The town of Constable has the right, the town council has an opportunity to be on the right side of history. Your actions will bring hope and comfort to so many. You would set an example to the many town institutions by upholding sacred values of our U.S. Constitution, state and local laws that protect all, regardless of immigrant status. We would be remembered as a community that helps others and believes that spreading love, kindness, and empathy will eventually win the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joanne Irwin from the town of Dennis, and I'm a member of the Mid-Cape Immigrant Rights Coalition. And I'm here to ditto what Nina just spoke about. A disease is spreading across our nation. It is infecting towns, cities, and states, not only institutions, but people in higher offices. This disease is called the absence of the sacred, where policies are based on greed, retribution, power, and self-serving thirsts. It is a disease which demonizes marginalized people and immigrants. It is a disease which fails to recognize that the divine energy, which I believe we all believe, flows through every single one of us. This disease demonizes people who came to our land to raise a family, work hard, pay taxes, and make a contribution. It is a disease today hell-bent on cruelty. But here on Cape Cod, in the town of Barnstable, we can make a difference and say no to its spread by committing to freedom, justice, and equality for all people. For Barnstable visitors, for Barnstable residents. We need to say it, we need to name it, and we need to make it sacrosanct. The U.S. has not had an immigration policy for years. The Cape in Barnstable is home to many hardworking immigrant families. They clean our homes, hotels, and businesses. They keep lawns and properties manicured. They build homes and businesses. They prepare food in our restaurants and wash dishes. They do what so many other people would not do. The antidote to this disease is enacting local statutes that exude kindness, acceptance, and consideration for all fellow human beings. And that is what we are asking the town council to do today, to be a leader on the Cape Cod throughout all the towns. And let us ring this forth across the nation, that we will not stand for cruelty and injustice and lawlessness. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Larry Moore, and I live in Cotuit. I've lived on the Cape for 25 years now. The purpose of my appearance tonight deals with the forthcoming election of 6 of the precincts of this town, all the even-numbered precincts. The concerns that I have are pretty straightforward. The concerns that I have, while you're hearing them as the council members, they really belong to the entire public. Because the important matter here is to make sure that the public becomes aware of what all of the candidates are proposing to do, what they promise to do, and what they really may do or may not do. My concern here deals with we do not have a forum or a platform area anywhere except Barnstable High School to have all the candidates there. I would encourage the town to seek a session at least once where all the candidates appear in Barnstable High School to speak to the public. That gets everybody together. We don't have television here to put you on television cameras, but let's get it go public. One of the dangers and the hidden dangers that I'm specifically concerned about deals with the potential blatant abuse of conflict of interest laws during this process. That means that if any member of the town council, whether openly or secretively, supports or advocates for their favored candidates with the intention to impose changes and policies contrary to those of the current council that are either beneficial or detrimental against the town, that those town councilors should be eligible for disqualification and removal. The other factor that I'm concerned about deals with if any one of the new candidates currently not on the council bases their platform and objectives against one of the current town council members or more, and if those new candidates are supported to any extent by any of the town councilors who are candidates for re-election, they too should be subject to removal. That's a rather unusual situation, but that's what I'm advocating for. I have a breakdown here that may exceed the 3-minute limit. I don't know where I am, Chris. Tell me where I am. But
2 minutes and 22 seconds.
That's how much I've used so far? Okay. I've got a breakdown here that I'm going to file with the town clerk. It breaks down one column listing what the people from the class of 23 did from 23 to 25. I'm going to indicate on the other side the opposition that those members have received, including the new leadership here that has been challenged and threatened and had themselves sufficiently inhibited with the efforts that they wanted to make.
It's time to wrap it up, Mr. Moran.
Okay. So I think that that's going to cover it, and I thank you for listening to that and giving those consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Eileen Elias. I reside in West Barnstable. And I am furthering the discussion that's been presented in regards to immigration. I am a first-generation American. And my father and mother had to wait over 4 years before being able to enter this country back in the 30s. I'm here to say to you, as a chair for the Barnstable No Place for Hate steering group, that based on our mission of No Place for Hate and the importance of addressing hate and bigotry, that the issue in regards to immigration that faces Barnstable and in faces all of the country is in fact hate and bigotry. And that based on where our steering group has discussed, what we're asking for, and I will provide this in writing, is a set of recommendations to you, as I understand and with great gratitude, that you will be addressing based on already what you've done and ensuring that Barnstable is a safe community, immigration-based resolution. Having this resolution, as you've already heard, will underscore that immigrants, both adults and youth, who reside in Barnstable are at risk of deportation, deserve dignity and understanding. And it's that what's missing, both in regards to youth being picked up in our schools and in the community. In addition, it would recognize that the majority of the individuals who lack available legal documents are not criminals. The Barnstable Town Council's resolution in support of human right protection and civil liberties is timely and important, and I thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is David Abelman. Before I start my talk, let me just say I fully support what I've been hearing on the immigration issue. I am the president of Friends of Long Pond Marston's Mills. I'm here with many members of our community, and I'd ask them to stand and be recognized. And we're here to urge this council and the town to take action to remedy the cyanobacteria blooms that are recurrent in Long Pond and Marston's Mills. Cyanobacteria blooms are a scourge across our town. We all know it. No place has suffered more than Long Pond Marston's Mills. On average, for the last 5 years, we have had town health advisories for 9 weeks. This year, we have been red, the highest level, all summer long. We're on week 8, and it's ongoing. This, of course, goes to use and enjoyment. It, of course, goes to property values. It, of course, goes to property tax revenues. But even more so, this has become an urgent public health matter. The toxin levels in Long Pond this year reached 500 parts per billion. That is 62 times the level deemed dangerous by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I want to let that sit in for a second. The poison in the pond this year is 62 times what the state says is dangerous. This is indeed an urgent public health matter. This is indeed a tragedy waiting to happen. And this is indeed a matter of great concern to the town of Barnstable. Sure, you have your public health obligations. And yes, you have your responsibilities as managers of the great ponds in the town of Barnstable. But more than that, you own 37.5 acres of land adjacent to Long Pond. You own 2,000 feet of shoreline along Long Pond. That shoreline is where our teens and our youth access the pond from various points. This is a tragedy waiting to happen off of town land, and it is time for the town to do something about it. So what has the town done so far? Well, several years ago, you moved the stormwater drains that were running into the pond. We thank you. That was required by federal law, but we still thank you. You undertook a pond study to find out, help determine what the sources of the problems are. We thank you. That was an important piece of work. But since that pond study was done, unlike what's happened at other ponds, the town has made no effort at full redress of the problems in Long Pond. Instead, we got an experiment, a pilot of floating treatment wetlands. At the time that was implemented at the beginning of in 2024, we were told, this is not going to be the solution for you. This is to find out some data on phosphorus uptake in floating treatment wetlands. That's worthwhile. It doesn't give us a solution. It doesn't solve the problem. It doesn't address 500 parts per billion of toxin. We, the Friends of Long Pond and Marston's Mills, have brought solutions to the town. We hope very much the town will consider these solutions. They are viable. They are worthy of discussion. I know in the past week there have been at least two proposals submitted to the town. We urge the town to consider these proposals. One of them comes from a company which has had success worldwide and in many states in this country at a very reasonable price, especially when compared to the alum treatments the town has been using.
Sir, your time is up.
Thank you very much. We urge the town to take action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Steve Kreth. I live in Marston's Mills. I'm also the president of Long Pond Farms Association. We have 100 members, and while I can't tell you I represent every thought they have on the pond, there is a growing consensus and frustration that the pond is sick and it's getting worse. We know that in June, July, and August, we're not going to be able to enjoy that pond with our children. So again, growing frustration. Now, we're voters, we're taxpayers. We look at you as our advocates with the DPW. We know that there's new solutions out there, new technologies that other states and other countries are having with a lot of success. We also know that they're having success and yet being cost effective. So what we're hoping is that you will be our advocate with the DPW, particularly as we move forward with the Conservation Commission. And please help us save our pond. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Folks in the audience and town council. My name is Lisa DeLuz, and I have been disappointed by some of the stuff that goes on in this town. Not so long ago, right on Mitchell's Way, they did what we call dewatering. There's a little creek behind my house in a pond. It's been a wetland forever. We told them there was water in it. We, meaning the family, told us there was water in it, and the mosquito people said that there wasn't. Nobody ever did a search to see what the truth was, and I was right, we were right, tons of water back there. Consequently, they started draining the water down on Mitchell's Way. They pumped, this is right, 1 million gallons a day to a total of 10 million gallons of water out of that wetlands. Why? They need it dry so they can do housing. Everyone's talking about respect for the immigrants, respect for this. How about respect for the town people who live in the town, who pay taxes in the town? What is it? Nobody cares? And like the man up before us said, water. Without water and without safe water, we're all doomed. I don't want to be doomed by none of you sitting up there who let things pass that shouldn't pass. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Please do your jobs, and do your jobs correctly. Look into things, double check. And the other thing was that where they were dewatering, it was all illegal. No permits. No permits to remove 10 million gallons of water. Is that okay with anybody in here?
Lisa?
What our town is doing. That's what I have to say, and I hope you all think about it and what's going on and do the right thing. Double check. Triple check your facts. Don't go by what somebody says. Look for yourself. That's what people get paid to do. Check your facts. My dad said to check your facts. You know my dad, Joe Duluth? God rest him, he'd be disappointed with what's going on in here. Have some character, have some integrity, and do what's right for the town of Barnstable, for what the people want. Not for what people up on boards want, this board, that board, and any other board. It's what the town wants. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Amy Mesereau, and I live in Marston's Mills. Some of you may remember 5.5 years ago, I stood before the town council with about 20 neighbors and asked you to address the cyanobacteria problem in Long Pond. And you did act, but I don't think any of us realized at the time how difficult and complicated a solution would be. And you've told us to be patient. We've been patient, but after 5.5 years, we're not feeling patient anymore because our pond's water quality has really gone downhill, as you've heard from previous speakers. The town seems to fall back on tried and true treatments such as alum, which are costly, and as we found in Mystic Lake this year, don't completely solve the problem. And the town, particularly Conservation Department, has been very risk averse when it comes to trying new treatments. But at this point, with the toxin levels we're facing, the risk to our health is far worse than the risk of trying something new. So far, the health effects have been limited to people getting rashes on their legs when they stand in the pond. But it's only a matter of time, I feel, before someone's dog's going to inadvertently drink from the pond and die, or one of the teenagers who still, in spite of the warnings, swing from the rope swing at the Long Pond Conservation Area is going to get sick or worse. So we ask you to try something new. Over the past couple of years, there are some new innovative solutions that, as has been said, have been tried and shown to be cost-effective and safe and successful. So if you will try one of these solutions on Long Pond this coming summer, we ask you to do this not just for our benefit, but because it can be transferable to other ponds as successful and be a real breakthrough for the town in solving this growing crisis in all of our ponds and lakes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Tamish and members of the Town Council. My name is Carol Young Kleinfeld. I live in Marston's Mills, and I spoke several weeks ago urging you to consider a town resolution which would protect civil liberties, human rights, and safety for all Barnstable residents and visitors. I want to thank you very much for putting the resolution on the agenda tonight. I appreciate that very much. I appreciate the work of some of our town councilors here. I appreciate the input from our town officials, and I appreciate the members of the public coming out to tell you how important this is to them as individuals and as members of various organizations in the town. I urge you all to vote yes tonight on the proposal. And after all, we open every single town council meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance, with its final words proclaiming with liberty and justice for all. Let's show everyone tonight that we really mean it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Wayne Bergeron. I live in the town of Dennis. I was selectman in the town of Dennis for 3 terms, and I'm a founding member of the Cape Cod Coalition for Safe Communities, and we've worked to go ahead on that very hard. We've done a lot of work with the Brazilian Outreach Center in Michael. Having said that, I'm not unappreciative of the challenges that you face in terms of trying to make all members of your community feel included and respected. That's difficult even the best of times. This is not the best of times. It is a tremendous challenge you set up that you're facing right now, and indeed all governments, local and statewide. I've attended an ICE raid. I won't go into details. You've heard the horrors of everything that's going on. We are basically living in an authoritarian state at this particular point in time in terms of our governments. It's unfortunate. You have an opportunity this evening, a very important one, to send a message to all the people, all the residents that you represent, that you value them, that they're important, that you respect their rights, that they're entitled to due process, they're entitled to habeas corpus, they're entitled to not being dragged off by people in masks and thrown into vans. This is your chance. And no matter how you vote, you're going to send a message, one way or the other, in terms of how you feel about this. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Nancy Aon. I live in Centerville. I'm asking you to support the resolution to protect our immigrants. When we don't stand up to bullies, they test us. And if you get a little headway and we don't push back on them, they'll test us some more. We need to take this opportunity to make a statement about our values. Our immigrant brothers and sisters are afraid to go to work, to send their kids to school, even to go to the grocery store sometimes. Anyone who needs the services from elder care to house repairs, lawn care, and more, they know how much we need these workers, and we need to stand for them. So basically, I'm asking you to support this resolution because they need us and we need them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Tamish and councilors. My name is Deb Hennessy, and my home's in Centerville. I strongly support the resolution that you'll be considering this evening. It respects the spirit, it respects the character of our community. My mom arrived here as an immigrant. She didn't speak any English. She didn't have a high school diploma. She only went to 7th grade. She met my dad here, a local, and they were married, brought up 2 kids. After that, she worked at Centerville Elementary as a beloved kitchen lady. She snuck extra cornbread to the kids that needed it. And that's the kind of people we have here. Through her service, through her kindness, she contributed, like so many other Barnstable residents do, to the quality of our life, to the positivity, and to the sense of community that we all enjoy. I've taught here for more decades than I'd like to say. I've watched Barnstable teachers, and I have worked to instill the values of diversity, of inclusion, and of equity in our kids and our community. These aren't just educational principles, these are American values. These are the foundations of our community, a strong community and a welcoming community, of Barnstable, of what we should be. By adopting this resolution tonight, the Town Council affirms that every individual deserves a life with dignity, free from fear, free from harassment, and free from violence. You will make a clear and a powerful statement that Barnstable is a place where everyone is respected, where everyone is protected, and where everyone is welcome. I'm proud to stand with my community in support of this resolution, and I respectfully urge that every single one of you do the same tonight. Thank you so much.
Good evening, gentlemen. How you doing? Everyone doing okay today? Good. My name is Jeff DeLuce. I'm here representing 32 Pleasant Hill Lane, which we have been going back and forth with here for quite some time. It's a disaster, as some of you should know, but don't know, because none of you had the decency to show up there and take a look at the project that you are about to blow up. Yep, I'm getting just a few. Mr. Levesque, where's he? Okay. Yep, and so, yep. Oh, yeah, I'll tell you. We had a situation where they claimed the stream was dry back there. That's a lie. They have pictures of me on Barnstable Official in a kayak going through the dry stream, right over the grass, the seagrass, and lily pads, glided right over them. There was water in there up to my waist deep, all the way from one end of it right down to Stevens Street, and they said it was dry. Nonsense. Now, they started the dewatering program right down there on Stevens Street. It's on the corner of Stevens and North Street. They took pump down there. They got a fake sign. They took a sign from another website, another town building, another project, took the sign and slapped it on the fence and said, oh, these people are too stupid to realize what we're doing. So we did a check to find out the sign wasn't even legal. It was a permit from another job site that they put on this job site to justify the crap that they were doing that they had no right to do. That's bull. That's against the law. Now, on top of it, they drained 10 million gallons of water out of that damn place and dried out the stream completely. There's not a drop of water back there. The pond, the stream that runs from Betty's Pond right across through the parking lot by the washboard, bone dry from the stream that was coming out. I had pictures of it flooding. The stream behind my house, dirt, dust, right up to the stream where I go all the way through, no water. And it goes back up behind the Kennedy skating rink and goes up to a Crooks Pond. That thing was getting lower and lower and lower and lower and lower because I just traced everything to find out what was going on. I did what you all should have done. Go down there and take a look about what you were supposed to do. Now it's a mess. Everything's good. Now they want to put in a sewer line. I spoke with the people at that construction site and I said, what are you doing? We have to lower the water so we can put in a foundation. I said, a foundation for what? It's for that hack building that's going on the corner. Nothing about the sewer. It was the hack building. That hack building is built on top of a sinkhole.
Mr. DeLuz, you have 15 seconds.
And that sinkhole was owned by Stewie Bornstein and his building, which was flooded for 35 years. It collapsed. The guy fell through the floor. The town buried it over with a Band-Aid and then sold it to Joe Laham, which we fought with him to get out of there because he was going to put a car wash on top of a car wash. And now you're going to put the hack building in there, and they're going to dig down 8, 9, 10 feet, and they're going to hit water. It's going to flood. You're going to get mold go up through the building.
Sir, your time is up. Next speaker, please.
This doesn't make any sense.
Hi, my name is Maria DeLuz. I never mean to speak, but I end up here. I don't have, I say this every time, I don't have really anything else to add other than everything that they've said. I spoke to the guys down at the pump station and literally asked them, how much water do you think is in that little hole over there? And then how do you figure that the water that's in that little hole over there, that little bit of water you want to pump out, isn't connected to the stream that's 20 feet away? Like, it didn't seem to make any sense that nobody thought that that pumping station, or maybe you knew that the pumping station was going to fill out and pull all the water out. I don't really know. Somebody knew because they ordered some really powerful pumps to go into that pump station. And it wasn't to pump out that little spot over there. It ended up pulling all the water out of the stream. So nobody's happy about it. None of you should be happy about it. And I truly hope all of you lose a lot of sleep, a lot. I really do. That's what all I can do. I don't wish bad on anyone, but lack of sleep is about all I can offer for you, so that the worry maybe, or the discernment, or the lying just eats at your brain just a little bit to make you uncomfortable, because the truth isn't really working around here. I don't really know why, but like I said, I didn't really want to come up, but.
How you doing? Eric Schwab, Hyannis. Well, the Duluth family taught me what it means to live in an environmental justice neighborhood. No one gives a shit. No one does anything. They tell you to trust the process, and that process doesn't unfold. There's no resolution. And that's where we are on Pleasant Hill. That's where we are with the pump station at 268 Stevens. There's no resolution. We submitted a petition for your consideration so that we could discuss it. No one called to arrange an agenda item. There's a petition sitting on the docket and no one called. And that's what environmental justice is here in Barnstable. If you're on the wrong side of the street, nothing happens. No one comes to help you. So if that's the kind of community you want to live in, that's what you got. If you're going to do something, you might want to start. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Kim Pulsford, and I live in Katuitt. I'm here today to advocate for a yes vote on item 2026-018, affirming the town's commitment to freedom, justice, and equality. ICE is terrorizing our nation and threatening these values, even here in Barnstable. It is employing fascist paramilitary tactics against immigrant communities while ignoring due process. This reflects a broader trend of state-sanctioned violence, racism, and oppression. Silence is complicity, and history will judge you on that. This is not left versus right. This is right versus wrong. There is no gray area. Massachusetts is a strong progressive leader for the rest of our country. Our town must align with those values by ensuring freedom, justice, and equality for all Barnstable residents and visitors, regardless of immigration status. We must advocate for everyone to have the ability to live peacefully and dignified, free from fear, harassment, and violence. Every day in school, kids and staff pledge liberty and justice for all. And now we must fight for that truth before they come for us too. This should be a simple vote. A yes vote says you will continue to uphold the laws of the Constitution and the country and the state. A no vote says you accept fascism taking over the country, and we will hold you accountable. If you believe in the rule of law, if you believe in the Constitution, if you care about civil liberties and human rights, if you have any ounce of moral integrity, you will bring this to a vote and you will vote yes. In addition to today's vote, I advocate for the council to create city ordinances that protect all of our communities. The town must require visible identification for all law enforcement, including federal agents operating within city limits. Prohibit local police from cooperating with ICE, and make sure schools and hospitals are sanctuaries. Thank you to the 4 of you already sponsoring this resolution. No one should live in fear of being disappeared to concentration camps. You have the power here today to protect our town. The movement is growing. What side of history will you be on? What legacy will you leave for your kids, grandkids, and future generations? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dawn Erickson Taylor. I live in Hyannis. Today I'm speaking as a proponent of adopting the Growth Incentive Zone as a district of critical planning concern. In a very short time, I have seen my village of Hyannis and its identity start to morph into something unrecognizable. In my drive to and from work, I passed the site of the former dockside, now replaced with multi-story luxury condos, the site of the former Cascade Motel, that is an architectural monstrosity, and all the quadplexes that have been tightly, densely built along the wedge of neighborhoods between Yarmouth Road, Camp Street, and further along East Main Street, with more proposals in the pipeline. I am for progress, of developments that will address our housing needs. I am alarmed at how few of these developments help the workforce and affordable housing needs. I'm gravely concerned about the draw on an already overburdened water system and water source. I am already troubled by the wastewater management and what the true levels, not the fallacy of estimated levels, of current and future wastewater discharge and how it is seeping in and degrading our groundwater and surrounding ocean waters. The traffic impacts in an area that are already problematic, and these developments fall short on parking. There will be an obvious residential spillover into public parking lots, taking away valuable retail, restaurant, and general business parking. Lastly, the overwhelming imposing aesthetics of the styles and density for extremely small lots. We all have a responsibility as citizens, as current stewards, to right the wrong that was done by the zoning mistake and make the GIZ as a district of critical planning. I leave you with the plain definition of a good steward. Good stewards responsibly manage something entrusted to their care on behalf of another, with a focus on long-term well-being and sustainability. Please support this initiative. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gabby Donardi, and I live in Centerville. I have a toddler at home, so I do not spend my free time lightly, but I wanted to be here to say that I wholeheartedly support tonight's resolution for Barnstable to affirm the town's commitment to freedom, justice, and equality for all residents and visitors. I would be proud to say that I'm raising my family in a community that stands up for all of its residents and protects them to the best of our ability. And I hope that after tonight I can say that I do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alyssa McClory-Timo, and I live in Centerville. And I also am speaking in favor of the resolution to affirm the town's commitment to freedom, justice, and equality for all Barnstable residents and visitors. And I urge all the councilors to vote in favor of this resolution. I urge you to put our community first, to affirm, support, and defend the residents of our community, particularly those who have come to this community for safety or to make a better life. My husband and I moved to the community 9 years ago for his job at Cape Cod Hospital, and we've had both of our children here, and we really love living here. One of the reasons that we have stayed here is the rich diversity of the immigrant community on Cape Cod. The immigrants of Cape Cod are such an important part of Barnstable, and their entrepreneurial spirit, I believe, has helped Barnstable and Hyannis to become a much more thriving community in the 9 years that I've lived here. I'm an English language development teacher for both high schoolers and adults learning English. And in my 9 years here, my family has developed friendships with families from Afghanistan, Ecuador, Jamaica, Brazil, and I've seen their families thrive here on the Cape, and they tell me that how much they love it here on Cape Cod. However, in the past year at school and among my friends, I've seen fear and a loss of hope for families and my students, some whose families are afraid to go to the grocery store or fear for their children going to school and worry about their children's future, like can they go to college, can they pursue their dreams? And this truly, I believe, harms the fabric of our community, our public spaces, and of course our schools, where, you know, the future, we are developing the future of Cape Cod, hopefully. So I believe that Barnstable can be on the correct side of history and honor the humanity and dignity of our immigrants and the rights guaranteed by the Constitution. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I would just like to say that I certainly appreciate all your comments. I think we have heard you loud and clear. I would certainly encourage you if you have something to add, but I think we get the message. And I thank you for those comments.
I'm still going to say my comment.
Okay.
Good evening, counselors. My name is Iona Massel, and I am a West Barnstable resident. I'm also a graduate of our schools and the daughter of immigrants who made their home here. I'm also a high school ESL teacher. I'm here tonight to comment on the resolution that so many others have already, that affirms Barnstable's commitment to freedom, justice, and equality for all residents and visitors. I strongly support this resolution because it sends a powerful message to my students and their families and our community that Barnstable is a place where freedom, justice, and equality belong to everyone. This tells them that they are valued members of this town and deserve to live without fear, harassment, or violence. As we know, these are our neighbors, our classmates, our coworkers, and our friends. They contribute to our town's culture, economy, and future. But too often and recently, so many live with fear that they or their loved ones could be targeted or worse simply for who they are or where they come from. Passing this resolution is an important first step, but true justice requires us to keep going. We must do more to protect our immigrant community members. That means ending local collaboration with ICE, demanding humane conditions for detainees at Plymouth County Correctional Facility, and urging our state leaders to pass legislation like the Safe Communities Act, the Dignity Not Deportations Act, and the Immigrant Legal Defense Act. As someone who grew up here and who is helping raise the next generation here, I want Barnstable to be a community that leads with dignity, fairness, equity, and compassion. Thank you.
Sorry, I have a rather long name. My name is Catherine Finkenstadt. I'm from the town of West Barnstable, and I'm here to urge the council to nominate a district of critical planning concern. I believe the vision for the town's future growth and development went off the rails somewhere in the past. However, it's becoming really and quickly apparent that mistakes have been made that need close attention and correction before it's too late. Downtown is designated a historic district, and as such, any zoning and development should be considered through that lens. It feels that the new lens is city zoning, city development, and this is quite contrary to who we are as a town and a village and what the historic district was designated to protect. Current projects under development or soon to start development offer massive disruption to our perception of the downtown village. One of the proposed constructions does not even offer first floor commercial space on Main Street. This space will instead be parking for the occupants of the building at street level on a commercial street. The new zoning designation, which interestingly is just in the area between Ocean Street and Pleasant Street, happens to be where a massive market rate residential building will be constructed. The fairly newly implemented zoning meant that a company like Wynn could build this kind of building there. But this zoning now has to apply to the entirety of downtown. So we either sit back and wait for more, denser development to take advantage of the zoning privilege, or nominate a DCPC to correct the zoning, and to just give pause. The way construction is going around the area, I fear if the DCPC is not nominated, we will be in for a downtown area that lacks any aesthetic continuity, and we will have a string of overdeveloped market rate housing, counterintuitive to our primary economy, which is tourism. The DCPC, was last nominated in 2001 in order to investigate if the town of Barnstable had the infrastructure to support this kind of development, interestingly enough. The groundwater system is the only source of drinking water to the residents of Barnstable and was designated as a portion of the regional sole aquifer by the EPA. There is imminent danger to our groundwater from incompatible land use. Has this changed since 2001? We have had at least 2 drought-level events that I'm aware of recently. Is there an alternative water source that won't potentially be contaminated by incompatible land use? Will the developers be mandated contributions to sewage and water, or once again offered reduced or fully waived allowances to use our delicate infrastructure? I might argue, too, that some of this development is contributing to our blooms, as well as global warming, that we're seeing in abundance currently. Also, might I ask about considered timelines for the Great Streets proposal and the construction of the wind development on Main Street and Ocean, as clearly there will be a conflict if these two projects should be under construction at the same time. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
John? Did everybody get the PowerPoint by any chance? Do you know?
I don't believe so.
Don't believe so. Okay. I don't know what to do. Thank you. So I had a PowerPoint, and I do have copies of it for anybody who wants to see it. My name is Sharon Diggs Harrison. Nope, I want it for you. I want it for you. Nope. Okay. I am Sharon Diggs Harrison. I am a graduate of Barnstable High. My brother Craig, my brother Joe, and my brother Kip all graduated from Barnstable as well. This home here is our family home. And it has... Okay.
Thank you.
The home there, up at the top left, is my home, and it has been our family home since 1969. I'm not really even sure when this neighbor of 70 Oakville Ave came to be, but they built that monstrosity that is over to the right, and it is a 5-bay garage, which is nice if you have a lot of cars, antique cars and everything, but there's no house. It's just a garage that's on a particular land. It has evolved and become, as you can see down there, a construction site, an industrial construction site. And I get mad on a daily basis and seeing it. This is Osterville, okay? Not to say that Osterville is any more precious than any other town. I don't mean to say that at all, okay? But it is a residential neighborhood that came as a...
Mayor, would you address the council, please?
I am.
This is public comment.
I am
Thank you.
addressing the council.
Well, you're pointing to pictures that we can't see.
I know, but you said you didn't want them.
No, we said we were not going to do a PowerPoint.
That's what you said. And so this was $80, believe it or not, just to do this to get, so I'm done with that. I'm willing to show you, okay?
Thank you.
So that was 2016. My mother was elderly. We were waiting to see, well, what is the process here of this land that was being sold? They went on the very edge, if not into the ancient way, blocking out the ancient way from Bumps River Road into the rest of Osterville, okay? And so now we have this. And the reason why I'm so passionate and concerned and wanted you to see this is a couple of months ago, I attended one of the sites that were going around talking about the plans for Barnstables, the different towns. And I was told there that they didn't know what happened in the industrial park in Hyannis, that, you know, this apartment building could be built.
Miss, you have 15 seconds.
Yep.
Sorry.
Well, I want you to know this is in my backyard, okay? And it starts off very, very naively or whatever, and it blossoms into something else. I just want to put a plug in. Brian Florence is trying to work with me to have this changed, but I am told now that it's going to take possibly years. If you would like to see the PowerPoint, please see me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lynn Rhodes. I am the current president for the NAACP for the Cape Cod branch. I am also the treasurer for the Zion Union Heritage Museum. And I want to talk about something that hasn't been mentioned tonight. And I believe there's a resolution, and I'm not sure of what the actual language is, about disallowing work trucks and vans and vehicles from being parked at home. I hope that you support allowing people who have vehicles that may be the only vehicle that happens to be a work vehicle to be parked at home and not get that dismissed and having it voted against. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Diana DeGioia. I'm a resident of West Barnstable. I did submit my comments in writing. I just want to say a little bit here to express my support of a district for critical planning concern in Hyannis. To my knowledge, and it worries me quite a bit that the housing units already approved in Hyannis, more than 800, will create situations for which we are unprepared, especially in relation to septic cost, the quality of the water that will emerge from that septic treatment, in relation to water usage, to parking, and to traffic. I believe that the cart has gotten way ahead of the horse, that mistakes have been made, and that some of these zoning choices that were made in the past few years need a second look. The District of Critical Planning Concern will give us the option to take that second look and make sure that our groundwater, the quality of our water, the quality of our ponds, the quality of the environment in our communities isn't irreparably harmed. So I'm very much in favor of that. I also am gratified to hear so many people speak on behalf of the folks in our community who are at risk from ice. I very, very much want to see our community stand up for their safety and protection. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any further public comment? Seeing none, anyone online, please? Just as a point of information, our individual screens are not working, so we may have to turn around and watch it on the big screens.
We have Jan Darcy. Jan, you may unmute. You have 3 minutes. Jan, you may unmute. You have 3 minutes.
I'm here. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. I'm here just to support the resolution for safe communities. We are all immigrants, and democracy no longer exists outside of where we stand currently. Democracy lives in my heart. It's where I have always lived and been, regardless of where I was born, which was Peru, and where my grandparents raised my mother, Barnstable Village, and my father in Boston. We're all immigrants. And the purpose of being here tonight is simply to support this resolution for the town of Barnstable and the towns across the Cape. Democracy no longer exists outside of our own towns, outside of our own hearts. And so I'm here to support it in that respect. Safety for all of us who have come here to look for better lives. And that's why I'm here tonight. I support the resolution, and I hope the town will do the same. We'll be watching.
Thank you.
That's all the public comment on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on. Council response to public comment. Any council response? Councilor Schnepp?
Thank you, President Tamish. And thank you to all of you who have come out tonight, very blustery evening, to share your comments and concerns. I'd like to address two of those tonight, and one is obviously the resolution on freedom, justice, and equality. I am a co-sponsor of that resolution. I heartily support it, and I was very glad to hear all of you resoundingly in support of it as well, and I hope that my fellow councilors will take that into consideration. I also want to address the friends from Long Pond. You all live in my precinct, and I know this has been a long-standing issue, and I've been working with you for the last 4 or 5 years to try to address this problem. It is the pond that my son learned how to swim in. I hold it fondly in my heart, and it's very disappointing that it has been unswimmable for so many years in the summertime. The town has dedicated resources. I think we're probably one of the few towns on Cape Cod that has a very specific budget line item that addresses our ponds that have been distressed, and we have had some success with some of the ponds and some of the treatments available, but Long Pond in Marston's Mills seems to be a stubborn pond, and a lot of the causes of the cyanobacteria blooms in the summer are not as easily solvable as they have been in other ponds. We have done some work on infrastructure to try to remove stormwater from the pond. We, as you've mentioned, have a pilot program there, and truly we know that that wasn't going to be the answer, but it was going to be a step. I think that a lot of the technologies that have been discussed with me are things that may be outside the boundaries of application that the staff has felt that they could get behind without further research. But I think that we need to find a mechanism, and I've already had a conversation with the town manager and staff that, is there a way that we can explore at least short-term solutions, because some of the longer-term solutions are going to require changes of septic systems, which are a huge cost. In our town manager's report, and I will ask the town manager when that is our next agenda item, if there will be any financing available for the replacement of septics that would allow IAs to be used in our communities that aren't going to be sewered at all or not sewered for the next 30 years. So I think there's some ways that we can continue this conversation because it's awful to have one of our ponds in such distress. And we know we have other water bodies that are also experiencing this. So thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you. Councilor Lutke?
Thank you, President Tamish. I first want to recognize our two amazing citizen groups. We had Save Twin Brooks and Save Greater Dowses Beach speak this evening. And I will say the folks who spoke on the resolution, you sounded as if you were an organized group as well. You spoke so beautifully. As Paula said, I'm a sponsor of this. I will absolutely be voting for the resolution. And I don't think I could speak any better than you did on it, so I won't try to touch that. But I wanted to speak to Suzanne and Bettina, both members of their respective boards. Some time ago, we all gathered in the high school, and we heard a lot about the wind farms. Mr. Ells spoke primarily and gave us a little history, and I think a lot of people didn't know how we got into this whole wind farm business, and he educated all of us. And I would ask Mr. Ells to please take Bettina Abe's comments and come back to us with a report. And the Deleuze family followed that up. I think it's very disturbing what we've heard about this, and I'd like Mr. Ells to report to us and to our citizens as to what happened at the combination of 32 Pleasant Hill and 268 Stevens with the dewatering. There seemed to be some troubling allegations, and I think rather than waiting many years, we could nip this in the bud and have a good report internally presented to the town council and to the public as to what's going on there versus some of the internal communication that's happening. And Suzanne, thank you for, and you, Mr. Ells, again, you did write that beautiful letter about monitoring. And again, what would we do without these two organizations that are continually monitoring and looking out for the health of our resources and our residents? So thank you for staying on that. Keep doing it until we have some sort of government entity, if you will, that takes your place. But there isn't one right now, so it's incumbent upon you to continue doing what you're doing, and I applaud it and respect it. Thank you so much. And the final thing, the District of Critical Planning Concern, I've said up here before, I sincerely regret the vote I took to support the downtown zoning. It's very flawed, and I think it is time for timeout, and that would give us an opportunity to look at this in a different way. Mr. Schwab, you brought up environmental justice communities. Look at a map of Hyannis and lay the environmental justice communities on top of it, and practically all of Hyannis falls into that category. And it has to stop, and we need to really take a closer look at this and see what we're trying to do. I thought Ms. Finkenstadt made some beautiful comments on that we're kind of, and I've always said too, I used to be the liaison to the Historic Commission. Our zoning and the Historic Commission are like this. And why do we do that to ourselves? And you took it a step further about our tourist economy. What are we doing? And this would give us a chance to maybe delve into that a little further. So thank you to everyone who spoke beautifully this evening.
Councilor Boone?
Thank you, Mr. President. Great. That was a great comment, Betty. I'm happy to see all these folks come out here and support the immigration rule. I'm also interested in the DCPC, but before I would vote on it, I would like to know some of the ramifications of it. I think I need a workshop on it. But I'm very interested in them. If anybody knows me, you know that I'm not happy about things in Hyannis. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comment on my left? Councilor Levesque?
Thank you, President Tamish. Just to clarify that, isn't it what we're talking about tonight? Isn't that a workshop?
There is a workshop tonight on
Tonight, okay, just for Councilor Bloom's education there. There's no vote, but it is a workshop. Yeah, just wanted to clarify that, especially for the audience, just so we're not voting. But it is a workshop, an educational time. So I am also a sponsor of the item. I appreciate, no, please don't applaud. It's not, I should not be applauded for that. Nobody should be applauded for that. Let that sink in. The reason why I say that is because they're not just our dishwashers and our immigrants. They are our friends. They are our neighbors. They are the people we shop at the supermarket with. It goes beyond that. So, and I don't mean to put down, I understand what people are trying to say. But they're just humans, just like us. And they're all on the journey of life, and they did what they had to do to make themselves a better life. And that is what our country is all about. And our immigration policy is messed up. And our politicians at the federal level keep it that way so that they can divide. I'm sorry. That's the way it is. And we can do all we can do. And I will do everything I can do at a municipal level to make sure, and I will fight for that equality. I am a assistant food program director at the Brazilian Resource Center. I guess that would kind of be my title. I provide food, and it's with the biggest, it's a larger service that the Brazilian Resource Center provides. I am very close with a lot of people there. I marched in the St. Patrick's Day Parade with the Brazilian Resource Center. I was the only non-speaking Portuguese person that's marched with them, and I was invited to do so, and it was a privilege to do that. Now, I say all that to say exactly and to prove that they are my friends, and that's why I stand next to them. And yes, it saddens me when they're afraid to come pick up the food that I delivered to that. Okay, so that being said, it's very close to near and dear to my heart. But then we have a zoning change right here, all in the same, and where everybody's clapping, and people get up and talk about water supply and things of that nature. And one of the reasons why I was in favor of the zoning change, and I'm not in favor of a DCPC, quite honestly, is that because the housing that's being developed is even if it's just, even in some places, like for example, the wind project. We have councils on this dais that say, oh, I'm a DCPC, we're doing all that. It's 75% affordable. Who's going to live there? The exact same people you're trying to protect. And the same people who want to promote, oh yeah, let's fight ICE, let's do all that. They're in the same breath, they're coming against, not my backyard. Don't build that there. So what I'm trying to say is we have to work together. And this has to be, if the DCPC went in place today, I think there would be Brazilian companies, first generation Brazilian companies that would go bankrupt. Because the permitting and the property that they bought they would not be able to do what they were permitted. Maybe, again, I'm not quite sure, but the property they bought, they would have problems moving forward. We were giving tie agreements, to people coming in that are looking to build housing. That's in tax incentive, right? So they pay less taxes as time goes on to build because it's so expensive to build. It's so expensive to make it affordable. But we partner with them so they can try to make it affordable. We have an affordable housing trust that we partner with, that we give them money to try to partner with them, that they guarantee that those will be affordable units. First Brazilian, we give everybody 15, 20 years. First Brazilian company that comes in here, I wasn't on the committee. I had to vote for it because that's what was in front of us. 10 years. We gave them 10. That's a fact. So I get that you're here, and I support you, and I appreciate you're here, but please continue to pay attention and dig down deep to what the policies happen on this dais and what's discussed. Because what we're trying to do is we're trying to create an equality way of zoning so that everybody has an opportunity, not just those who are cash rich. That was designed so that people could get financing from a bank because this was their one shot to try to redevelop something in a piece of property that they owned. And if they had to go up 3.5 stories and that's what was going to make it easier to do that, that's what we did. It's not an overdevelopment. All it was redevelopment. Does everyone remember what the Cascade Motor Lodge looked like? I delivered food. That was a homeless shelter in the wintertime. I delivered food. It was inhabitable for homeless people. It was rat-infested, bug-infested, bed bugs. That's redeveloped. Okay, it's 10% affordable. It's still 10 units of affordability. 75% at 307 Main Street, the Hibble Building, crime, homeless, different, that was happening there. A building that's falling into the ground. We have somebody that's spending $16 million of their own money, home ownership, and they had the dignity. It's not a problem. It's a good thing that they built the parking underground so that didn't take parking away from our public. So again, please, and we have plenty of water, and we're addressing our water needs, and we're addressing the redundancy we need to continue to supply clean water.
Councilor Levesque, can you please wrap it up?
Sure, absolutely. But these are facts, not rumor, not rabble-rousing. These are facts. And we need to continue to have conversations so that we can be an equal community and we can house people. We want to make immigrants safe? Let's house them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comment, response to public comment? Councilor Crowe.
I just want to thank everybody that came out tonight. This is civic engagement. It's good to see the room full here. I want to say the Deleuze family, I'm not sure they're still here, but a number of us went to their property and looked at behind their property and the water that's back there. It's mostly a swamp. But it's 5 or 6 feet deep, and it actually exists. So that should be lay to rest the question of whether that was dry or not, and on a yearly basis, because it's not. As for Sharon Harrison, who brought up the board to show you, basically what's happening there next to her property in Oakville Avenue is that a home occupation has happened. It's a residential area where a construction company has come in and uses it as their construction yard. Okay, that's one of the things we've gone to the town to stop, because that's not allowed in residential areas. So that's what she was really getting at. And also in the process of that, they have taken possession or they are using, which is an ancient right of way, which I don't think the company has a right to. Don't know that for a fact, but that's being adjudicated now, just so you know what that was about. As for the resolution we're talking about tonight, I'm a little bit on both sides of this, and it's not because, well, for example, I moved in my house in 1999 when I finished renovations. The company that cleaned it up at the last construction was out. The guy asked me if he needed a maid to clean it on a regular basis. I said yes. Well, his wife came out, and she runs in a terrific business and has for many years. And back in 2017, she was complaining that she was worried about going back to Brazil to see her family because she was wondering if she can get back in the country. And I asked her, well, you've been here for so long, why don't you have citizenship? And she started to do that process, and I actually wrote a letter to the State Department on her behalf, and now she's a citizen of the United States. So we've all helped in our own ways, and I think that's important. I just have a little bit of a agita about passing something that is on the border of being political. A lot of these things are federally jurisdiction. It's not of the town council. That's my only qualm with passing this resolution. But I've read it a number of times, and I see that it's mostly benign and states the creed of what we have here in the United States. So I probably will be voting in favor of that. So just wanted to thank everyone for being out tonight, and thanks for your passionate advocacy for whatever your cause is, because that's what makes this town what it is, and that's how to get change. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further response? Seeing none. We'll move on to Town Manager Communications. I think you've all received Town Manager Communications, and if I can find the right paperwork here. There are several items here. The Town Manager has issued instructions to start the budget process for staff. Beach staff continues to leave and go back to school, to college, and very quickly the beaches are starting to shut down, even though it is mid-August. It's been talked about that he sent a letter to the Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs regarding the transmission cables and the monitoring of that. Online, you will see Assistant Town Manager Clyburn provided an update on the Quality of Life Work Group. Kate Malandando, Planning Development Senior Planner, also provided an update. And Kelly Colby provided an update on the CWMP. So I don't know if anyone had any questions on that. Councilor Schnapp, I think you did.
Thank you, President Tamish. I have two questions for the town manager, and the first I referenced in my response to public comment. In item number 4, it was a report back on the Cape Cod Islands Water Protection Funds, and there was a statement at the end of that paragraph that we received an update on communications regarding pathways for IA, septic system financing, and the potential for the fund to provide subsidies to member communities for IA projects. And I didn't know if the town manager or one of when he's available, could make a response to that. No problem.
Good evening, Mark Ells. I heard your question earlier, so sorry. I had to catch Long Pond as they left. Before I answer your question, certainly all three of the items, there were more than three, but certainly Long Pond, the pump station, and the continued concern about impacts of wind projects in town are in the forefront of what we're doing. I gave Long Pond my card because certainly Public Works and Amber Unruh and the work that we're doing has been fully supported by our town council, and whatever we've brought to our town council, they have supported financially and otherwise. And so I'm going to sit down with Director Santos and others and make sure that we're proceeding in every area that we can. Not aware that we aren't, but I'm also going to begin to personally meet with the residents of Long Pond. Similar statement relevant to the pump station. Town council has been provided with updates. We will continue to do that. To my knowledge, we have all permits and we are not in violation of anything. Saying that, the fact that our residents come to us with concern, for me as your town manager, causes me to pause and want to understand why are they concerned. Until very recently, when actually I had a direct communication from one of the councilors saying, Mark, you need to look at this yourself. And I did. And we've proceeded. I called Director Santos. I didn't tell him what to do. I said, please put eyes on this and proceed accordingly. And he has, and that's been summarized to all the councilors. We will continue to do that. But I will personally reach out to the neighborhood, and I will begin a dialogue so that they can have accurate information, because everything that was stated tonight was not accurate. Finally, relevant to wind projects, I just keep encouraging everybody. We have some in the ground. We have some still in planning. We have some that are proposed and out there looming. And there's more. Don't take your eye off of wind, regardless of how you feel about it. I did have the opportunity when the governor was here today to speak with Secretary Tepper. I asked her for a meeting, and she said yes, but I'll let you know whether I have a meeting and whether we get to talk about certain issues. Not just this. We've got PFAS. We've got many issues, certainly, that you've seen letters and communications, and I'm still awaiting response on. That was just touched on in my manager communication. Relevant to state revolving funds. Thank you for letting me speak for a minute. Right now, individual on-site innovative alternative systems are not eligible for subsidies that would come from the Cape and Islands Wastewater Trust Fund. At our last executive board meeting, it was actually Wellfleet and another, Orleans. And it was the chair of the executive board. I'm vice chair. I'm also vice chair of the entire board. Brought up the discussion of how might we look to providing subsidies for innovative on-site systems. Because the county loan program can be used to help individuals proceed with the installation of innovative on-sites. It can also be used for sewer connection. Right now, you don't get the 25% principal subsidy. It has to be a town. that applies, and it has to be an SRF intended use plan listed project that meets the cut as far as funding not eligibility, but the funding capacity of the state. So there's quite a few constraints there to get a 25% principal subsidy. We have opened a dialogue to see how we might expand that. So it's not a solution yet. It's not available yet. It's under discussion at this point. But prior to that meeting, it wasn't. So, and I think that, IA systems are going to become, and they're being considered here in Barnstable, if you're following the committee that Dan and others are working with on our 5-year update to our comprehensive wastewater management plan. They've always been a part of the equation, but they have to be approved regulatorily. It's kind of the same thing as innovative, dealing with nutrients in ponds. If they're not approved, then when they go before conservation, for example, it's very difficult for them to say, yeah, sure, you can implement that. So this is a complicated process to navigate, and we're trying to do everything we can to inform our residents accurately, but provide them with as many good options as are viable. And we'll continue to do so. Thank you.
President Tamish, I had a follow-up question.
Certainly.
Okay. We also had a report from Kelly Colopy on our water resources, and in that I noticed that I always keep a track on our sewer connections, the sewer availability in summer of 2024. We now have about just over 70%, 71% of the households that had that availability have connected. So that leaves 29% that haven't. And in our regulations, our guidelines, regulations, you're supposed to hook up within like 6 months, but if you have some issues, you get some extensions. Do we have any data on what are the reasons why that 29% have yet to connect to our sewer system?
I know, I saw Director Santos in the back. I don't know if he has that data.
Okay.
We can certainly get you that answer and certainly share it here with the council and with the public. Yeah. Dan, do you?
I don't know if it actually goes to the health department after,
Dan's acknowledging that it goes to health, and then health would make a determination as to whether they have the ability to waive that at the current time, give them more time.
So
But I don't know the specific reasons.
Yeah, I think it's time for us to know what the specific reasons are, because if, a big assumption of our CWMP is that people are going to connect.
How about if I have Director Santos organize that answer?
Okay.
And then I include it in my town manager communication. And when I include it in the town manager communication, we'll have people here in the event that you have questions about that. So the public can see it and you can all see it.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Sounds like a plan.
You're welcome.
Any further questions for the town manager? Seeing none? Thank you, Mr. Ells.
Thank you.
Okay, the minutes could have I think you've all been supplied with the copy of the minutes.
I move that we accept the minutes as written.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Since we are have Zoom participants, not occupants, participants, all votes will have to be roll call tonight. So, Madam Clerk?
Councilors Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendes,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Penn, Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
That's 12 yes.
Okay, the motion does pass, 12 yes. I recognize Karen Nober. Boy, tough night here.
Thank you, President Tamish. Good evening, councilors. Karen Nober, town attorney. This would be a vote to delegate to me the handling of the response to the open meeting law complaint that was filed by Ron Beatty. He raised a complaint about the July meeting He claimed that the agenda for that meeting lacks specificity. That agenda was 161 pages long. And he also took issue with how we listed the executive session. So I would ask that you vote to delegate to me the response.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Madam Clerk?
Counselors, Burdick.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
Levesque.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Mendes.
Yes.
Neary.
Yes.
Penn.
Yes.
Schnapp.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
Bloom.
Yes.
13 yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Nober. Okay, moving on, communications. Do we have any reports? Councilor Vic?
Thank you, President Tamish. Just to give everybody a heads up, there is a meeting in between now and then, but there's going to be a Millbilly breakfast September 7th from 8 in the morning till 10 in the morning at Liberty Hall to benefit the Barnstable Village Association Scholarship Fund. It's always a great time. It's one of the best deals in town. It usually includes breakfast sausage, bacon, pancakes, eggs, home fries, coffee, juice, all the good stuff. And it's in a beautiful place down in the town of Barnstable, and it's always a great time. And the only place that you can buy in person I Found My Thrills in Marston's Mills T-shirt. So, and you don't have to live in Marston's Mills to attend. So thanks very much, and just put that in your calendar. Save the date.
Councilor Levesque, didn't we all? Seriously?
I still am.
Yeah. Okay. Any further communications? Councilor Lutke?
Yes, I'd like to do a communication as my role as a liaison to some of our committees. I'm the liaison to our CFAC, which is our Financial Advisory Committee. I'm also the liaison to the Zoning Board of Appeals. Between our last meeting in July and this meeting, there were some very important meetings that were held to complement each other. The Wilkins 2 project, there was a request to the CFAC to validate the economic numbers in terms of the tax benefit for the town of Wilkins 2, and that was provided to the Zoning Board of Appeals. And when the Wilkins 2 came to the Zoning Board of Appeals, that report was very helpful to the zoning members, and I think in large measure it resulted in the developer coming forward with some things we've never seen before. They came up, and I think the number was $244,000 to help with our sewer program. And they also came forward offering additional affordable units that would be adjudicated by our Affordable Housing Growth Committee. And I'm really impressed with the way our town committees, these are all volunteers. Nobody's being paid for any of this. And they did incredible work, both the Zoning Board of Appeals and the CFAC, to come together to support one another. And I hope this is a sign of things to come. I'm also on the board of the Committee for Committees, and we're really looking at the professionalism within our committees and the support we'll give to one another to help make better decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comment? One thing, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, President Tamish. Similar to Councilor Lutke, I am the liaison to a couple of committees, one being the Open Space Committee. And we heard from, we're working with town staff, or the committee is working with town staff to help shape Barnstable's open spaces. There is a meeting in this room on next Thursday, the 28th at 6 p.m. to collect or hear from the residents on what the 10-year plan is for our town's open space and recreation plan. Also, on the 28th, on Wednesday the 28th, the day before, from 6:30 to 8 is a presentation on great streets, and that would be of interest to the people in the Hyannis area especially, and the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comment? Okay, seeing none. Now we are going to should be moving to an executive session. But with the permission of the council, what I'd like to do is move forward 2026-011, which is, wrong one. (2026-018), my apologies. The resolve regarding the town's commitment to freedom, justice, and equality for all Barnstable residents and visitors. As we will be going a little bit of unusual circumstances, we're going to be going into executive session, which we're estimating at about 90 minutes. And out of respect for those that are here waiting for that vote, I'm going to move it up to this point. So, unless there's an objection, Councilor Schnepp, would you read that in, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an item of new business that may be acted upon by a majority vote. Item 2026-018, resolve affirming the town's commitment to freedom, justice, and equality for all Barnstable residents and visitors. Resolved that the Barnstable Town Council does hereby affirm the town of Barnstable's commitment to the values of freedom, justice, and equality for all Barnstable residents and visitors, and to supporting its residents and visitors in leading lives of peace and dignity, free from fear, harassment, and violence. And to that end, further resolves that the town of Barnstable and its officials and employees shall continue to comply with all applicable provisions of state and federal law, including the Massachusetts Constitution, which guarantees equal protection of the laws to all people, regardless of nationality, citizenship, or immigration status, and continue to protect the civil liberties, safety, and human rights of all Barnstable residents and visitors, regardless of age, race, religion, ethnicity, ability, sexual and gender identity, marital or economic status, citizenship, and immigration status.
Second.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Councilor Neary?
Thank you, President Tamish. Resolves. We're doing another resolve. We do resolves. A couple things that concern me about this. Although not stating clearly, it almost implies as if we don't do this. I'm a man of faith, and I believe that you do unto others as you would have them do unto you. We've done some resolves over time. We resolved to be green. We resolved to be other things. And these type of things imply that we don't do what this is stating. I can tell you, I moved to the Cape in 1968, and whether it be police, fire, healthcare, education, laborers, the people that I interact with, this is expected and received, frankly. So I have a problem with resolves. I really do. I'm sure it's going to be a majority vote here, so I'm going to vote for it. But I will say this. Councilor Levesque touched on it. This is federal stuff, okay? This is federal stuff. This is going to make us feel great tonight and tomorrow. We're going to feel good about it. But ultimately, where the rubber meets the road is how we treat each other, right? Do unto others as you would have done unto you. That's the only comment that I'll make on this. I'm not a fan of resolves because it doesn't have a lever, and that frankly is what we need, I think. Thank you. That's my comments.
Thank you. Any further comment on my left? Seeing none. Comment on my right? Seeing none. Madam Clerk?
Councilors Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendes,
Yes.
Neary,
Do unto others. Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick.
Yes.
13 yes.
Thank you, and the motion does pass. The resolve does pass. Okay. At this point, I move to go into executive session pursuant to General Law, Chapter 30A, Sections 21A3 and 21A2 for the following purposes: to discuss strategy with respect to potential litigation related to federal grant conditions, since a discussion in open session may have a detrimental effect on the litigating position of the town and town council. And 2, to conduct a strategy session in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel, specifically Mark Ells, the town manager, and/or to conduct contract negotiations with Mr. Ells. The council will return to public session after the executive session. We're estimating that'll be approximately 90 minutes. Hopefully, substantially less, but 90 minutes. And we will convene in the Selectmen's Conference Room in 10 minutes.
We need a vote.
Oh, okay. Madam Clerk?
I second the motion.
Second. Motion made and seconded. Madam Clerk? Sorry about that.
Councilors Crow,
Yes.
Levesque.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Mandace.
Yes.
Neary.
Yes.
Penn. Yes. Schnapp.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
Turkelson. Yes. Bloom.
Yes.
Burdick.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
13 yes.
Hopefully it doesn't take 90 minutes. Do these two. That just
We do have a quorum. We will resume the meeting at 9:52. I can find my agenda. Okay, we have just had an executive session regarding the contract for Town Manager Mark Ells. Could I have a motion to accept the contract as presented, substantially as presented, and in the executive session?
So moved.
And to authorize me to sign it on behalf of the Town Council?
So moved.
Do I have a
Second.
second? All right, moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, Madam Clerk?
Thank you. Counselors, Ludke,
Yes.
Mendes, oh, he's gone, sorry. Neary,
Yes.
Penn, Counselor Penn,
Our screens are back on. Oh, yeah. Oh, boy.
I'm going to jump over Counselor Penn.
Okay.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr, uh-oh,
Counselor Starr?
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to go back to Penn. And Starr.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
okay.
They're not here.
We have 10? 10. The motion does pass. Mr. Ells, you are stuck with us for another 4 years. Thank you. Okay. What I would like to do prior to the workshop on the DCPC is make sure that we get all of the, it's now 5 minutes of 10, that we get all of the items that have to be moved to a second reading and/or a public hearing moved. So I would propose to refer items 2025-198, 2025-202, 26004, 26013, 2026-019 as written to... Oh, I'm sorry, okay. And 26021 as written to individual public hearings to be held at the Town Council meeting on September 4th, 2025.
No, actually, Attorney Nober, that 021
Oh, it's
is
going to
moved
the 18th. Okay, okay. So I'll reread it just to be clear. To refer items 2025-198, 2025-202, 26004, 26013, 2026-019 as written to individual public hearings to be held on each item at the Town Council meeting on September 4th, 2025.
So moved.
Second.
Second moved?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? No? Madam Clerk?
Counselors, Neary,
Yes.
Penn, Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr, Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
That's 10 yes.
Thank you. Further, I would move to refer item 2026-021 as written to an individual public hearing to be held at the Town Council meeting on September 18th, 2025.
So moved.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselors, Penn?
She can't hear. There's a problem with the screen being muted.
Oh, okay.
They're working on it.
They're working. Okay, I'll jump over. Schnapp?
Yes.
Is Star a part of that, too?
Yes.
Okay. Tamish?
Yes.
Turkelson?
Yes.
Bloom?
Yes.
Burdick?
Yes.
Clark?
Yes.
Crow?
Yes.
Levesque?
Yes.
Ludke?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
10 yes.
Okay, would you call them again, perhaps? I believe they're back.
Star is here.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, we're voting on 021 to move it to the 18th of September.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a yes out of you? Thank you.
Yes. Let's get a yes.
Counselor Penn, are you there?
Yes.
Could you give me a yes or a no on that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Also, I'll make a motion to refer items 2026-002, 2026-015, 2026-016, 2026-020, as written to individual second readings at the Town Council meeting on September 4th, 2025.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Madam Clerk?
Counselors, Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Penn.
Yes.
That's 12 yes.
Thank you. And finally, I would move to refer items 2026-003, 2026-005, 2026-006, 2026-007, 2026-008, 2026-012, as written to the Planning Board.
So moved.
Second.
All right, moved and seconded. Any discussion? Madam Clerk?
Counselors, Starr,
Yes. Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Neary, Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp.
Yes.
That's 12 yes.
Very good, thank you. At this point, let's see, I would invite Mr. Kupfer to come forward. We'll have a workshop discussion regarding...
President Tamish,
Yes.
would you consider moving the items that the applicants are here and staff are for? And the appointments prior to the
Oh,
workshop?
certainly, we can do that. With the consent of the council, I'd like to take these out of sequence also. First of all, 2025-195, we've had a request to move that to a meeting in September. So I would suggest September 18th. So do I have a motion to continue that public hearing?
So
The public
moved.
hearing has been opened, correct? And to move that discussion to September 18th?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Madam Clerk?
Counselors, Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr. Starr?
Yes.
That's 12 yes.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Schnepp, could you read in 2025-196, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an item of old business that may be acted upon by a majority vote. Item 2025-196, appointments to a board, committee, or commission as written.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselors Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Lidkey,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes. Yes.
12 yes.
Okay, thank you. The motion does pass. Councilor Burdick, could you do 2025-197, please?
Certainly, thank you. This is an item of old business that may be acted upon by majority vote. Item 2025-197, reappointments to a board, committee, and commission as written.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselors Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Lidkey,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish, Turkelson.
Yes.
It's 12 yes.
Okay, motion does pass. Councilor Turkelson, could you do 2026-001, please? Page 4.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. This is an item of new business that may be acted upon by a majority vote. Item number 2026-001, an authorization to expend a fiscal year 2026 grant in the amount of $7,500 from the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection to be used towards the purchase of one electric Chevy Equinox as written.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Dave Anthony, please.
Good evening, councilors. David Anthony, Director of Asset Management. This is another in a series of grants from the state that help us offset the acquisition of additional vehicles. This $7,500 is going to go towards a vehicle that will be used in the communications department, and this frees up revenue for other types of expenditures. It's a grant that is Massachusetts funded. It's not federally funded, so it's not in any jeopardy. But we have everything ready to go pending the approval of this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sir. Any discussion, any questions for Mr. Anthony? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselors Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Lidkey,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
Bloom.
Yes.
12 yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Dave. 2026-009, Councilman Ludke.
This is an item of new business. It may be acted upon by a majority vote. 2026-009, authorization to contract for and expend a fiscal year 2026 jail arrest diversion program component grant in the amount of $20,000 from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of Mental Health. It says of mental health again.
Okay.
Second.
All right. Moved and seconded. I recognize Chief Chalice.
Good evening, President Tamish, council members, Jean Chalice, Chief of Police. This is a jail arrest and diversion grant from the Department of Mental Health in the amount of $20,000. We've been utilizing this type of funding since 2014 to assist primarily with the Community Impact Unit with a focus on jail and emergency room diversions. This funding we use it to fund our community service officer program, mental health first aid training, stakeholder meetings, and outreach with individuals suffering from mental health disorders or substance use disorders. And this was issued initially as a short-term grant because the amount was small, but we had applied for a larger amount. And I did receive word today that we'll be receiving another $108,000. So that brings our amount of the award to the amount that we did apply for. So,
Very good. Excellent. Any questions for Chief Chalice? Council Letke?
I just want to say I love diversion programs. I think they're fantastic. It's such a good tool to have. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, any discussion on the grant? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Councilors Clark,
Yes. Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ledke,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnepp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick.
Yes.
12 yes.
Thank you. While you're up there, Chief, Councilor Bloom, could you do 2026-011, please? No,
Yes.
That's not, excuse me, Chief, you're not on 010, are you, the school? That's Chris Cannella, I thought, right? Okay. Yeah, so 11, Charlie?
You want me to do 11? Okay.
Please.
This is a new business. It may be acted upon by majority vote. This is item number 2026-011, authorization to contract for and expend a federal fiscal year 2025 Burn Justice Assistance Grant in the amount of $20,000 from the U.S. Department of Justice through the Massachusetts State Police Department for costs incurred in state fiscal year 2025.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Chief Chalice?
the Mass State Police received this grant award, and it funds the Community Project Safe Neighborhood Initiative. So Barnstable was selected to partner with the state police as a subrecipient of these grant funds, and it enabled us to work in partnership with the state police on issues like drug interdiction, drug enforcement, and gun violence. So we worked in partnership with the state police, and the funds covered overtime costs for us during FY25.
Okay. So this is a reimbursement?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Chief Chalice? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Councilors Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ledke,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnepp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
12 yes.
Very good, thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Good night. Chris, could you do 2026-017? Page is wrong, but just to read, yeah, just to resolve. Councilor Clark, and I apologize to the applicant here, I missed this one. 2026-017, and we'll get him out of here.
This is a resolve approving 2 fish weir applications from Cape Cod Artisanal Fisheries, LLC. May be acted upon with a majority vote.
Okay.
We weren't
Do I have
sure.
a second?
Yeah.
Second.
Moved and seconded, and Brian, you give him the...
Good evening, Brian Taylor, Harbor Master. I have owner of the company here, Jacob Angelo. As you remember, last year, Jacob was here for a 1-year trial period for the 2 fish weirs. This will be a renewal for a 5-year period. It was carefully vetted by Waterways Committee for multiple meetings, supported by Waterways and the Harbor Master staff.
Okay. Any question for the applicant or Mr. Taylor? No? Betty?
Yeah, my question is, we're approving this for 5 years, but I see that it starts in September. Are you going to be able to make it happen this year, or else I might amend it for 6 years, knowing that it's just not going to happen this first year?
That would be great. Yeah, it's I have to get 240 to 50-foot poles, hickory poles that are very long, skinny, strong, and they come from upstate New York. And I wasn't able to. I didn't want to go get those until I knew I had a 5-year trial So if it could be amended, that would actually be better. So it would give me 5 years starting next year, or however you want to do it.
Would people consider that? I followed this through the Waterways Committee. It was continued several times. Jake has been very forward on everything. There was really good discussion on it, really solid recommendations and advice, and so many people testified and wrote. You couldn't believe the professional testimony for this. So I would amend this to say 6 years.
First of all, a legal point of order, is a 6-year contract acceptable, or should we have a start date that will not include this season, but be a future date so he gets his full 5 years?
I think we need to check. It's not a contract, it's a permit, but
Okay.
I need to check the statute to see if there's any limit. I don't know off the top of my head.
All right, so if we change the start date, Karen, to perhaps January 1st?
Under the law, it's 5 years.
It's 5.
It's 5 years. So if we change the start date to January 1st, 2026, to the issuance of the permit, that would give him 5 seasons, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe so. If it was, a whole 5 years from January
Right.
26, yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Is that acceptable, Karen?
So you wouldn't do it this year?
Is it over? Is there a season?
It's after Labor Day until November. So you wouldn't be able to put it in anyway until.
We should have a little musical interlude here. We could hit the button.
Matt and I can sing.
Huh?
Matt and I can sing.
There you go.
It's based on the application. Where's the application actually say?
Did you hear it?
No.
Yeah. So the applicant, yeah, I have a copy of the application. I think it indicates 2025.
Okay, we were moving along here.
So the date of the application is actually April 15th, 2025. That's the start of it, but he's indicating his start date will be the day after Labor Day and go until the end of November. But it is dated.
For when he physically
That's
puts
when he
the poles
physically,
out.
yes, that's when he physically gave the application, then it went to Waterways.
So what's your recommendation?
Okay.
Authorization.
On this application,
Doesn't
it
sound
says
like he's losing any
expires
time.
30.
11/30/2030.
Okay. Okay, on advisor council, I think we can only do the 4th. Well, I mean, you'll get your permit whether you choose to go out or not this year. It's so completely up to you.
Yeah.
But, certainly, you're welcome. If whoever's here in 2030 will be more than welcome to approve it. So I think we'll stand as written, okay? Counselor Turkelson?
If we don't approve it, can he reapply and just come back and make it 5 years?
That's a good idea.
I mean, we're all in agreement.
Withdraw?
Right.
I'm okay with that.
Do you want to do that?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
with me.
All right, so if you'd make a formal request, I'm sorry, Counselor Neary?
Thank you, President Terry. Just for a point of clarification, Jacob, so a couple things. So you won't be going in this year, is that kind of the deal?
It's just too late
Okay.
to do it.
All right. So in reality, you wouldn't be going in until September of 26?
Correct.
Okay. The only caveat I would, what are the standard, the other fish weirs out there, what is the general permit term that they usually do?
5 years.
They have 5s. So to rewind that process again, does it have to go back in front of Waterways again?
I don't
or-
think it would have to go back in front of Waterways again.
Okay.
They've approved his
Yeah.
concept.
Supported it.
Okay. All right.
So
I guess
if you
it's up
would-
to you.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I just come back next month.
sure, we'll put it on for next month. If we can get the article amended and his application submitted, I don't know what the process is for the application to be resubmitted and,
It's not
Right.
difficult. They can just print it online and fill it out
okay,
again.
all right. If that's the case, we will get you on for next month.
Thank you very much, everybody.
And we-
Thanks for staying late.
All right, so I just need you to formally withdraw it, and we will request to withdraw
What's
it.
the wording?
Just request to withdraw. Yeah.
You want me to say it now?
You, hang on a second.
Sponsor is the town manager. The town manager.
Mark, do you need to withdraw?
Yeah,
Okay.
town manager sponsor.
Okay, my friend.
Good evening, Mark Ellis, Town Manager, and I request to withdraw this item.
Okay. Okay, so there's been a request to withdraw the item. Is there any discussion on the request? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselors, Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
It's withdrawn.
All right, thank you, and
Thank you.
appreciate your patience. Okay, 2026-010, I believe. Who did the last one? Was that?
It's my turn, I guess.
turn, yeah?
No, I did
Oh, John,
Jake.
would you do that, please?
This is an item of new business. It's 2026-010, item number. It may be acted upon by a majority vote. Authorization to contract for and expend a grant amount in the amount of $5,000 from the Cape Cod 5 Bank to support schools out after-school recreation, SOAR, program offered at Hyannis Youth and Community Center.
So moved.
Second.
All right, moved and seconded. Mr. Ganella?
Yes, good evening, President Tamish, Town Councilors. Chris Ganella, Director of Community Services. The Cape Cod 5 has generously provided a grant to provide funds for the Schools Out After School Recreational Program at the Hyannis Youth and Community Center. This grant will provide funds to enrich the current program and will also support salaries of additional seasonal staff as we try to increase enrollment of the current program. These funds will also provide additional structured times where children and their families can interact at the HYCC and staff to help those families engage with the children. The SOAR program serves children during the school year by providing transportation from the Barnstable Intermediate School to the Hyannis Youth and Community Center, where they are provided with structured activities and a healthy snack. The Hyannis Youth and Community Center staff engage with them and offer gym activities, game room access, homework assistance, and a safe place to go after school until they are picked up at around 5:30 p.m. The SOAR program was implemented in 2017, and historically we have had between 40 and 50 participants each school year, and it is a staple of the Hyannis Youth and Community Center in our offerings. These positive experiences often lead to and have resulted in participants becoming employees of the Hyannis Youth and Community Center and leaving positive impacts on future generations throughout the community. We are grateful to Cape Cod 5 Bank for their continued support. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Ganella, Director Ganella? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselors, Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
12 yes.
Thank you. Just double checking, I don't think I missed any, did I?
022.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Which I believe is, okay. Councilor Neary, could you do 22, please?
My pleasure. President Tamish, if I can find 2022.
Possibly page 120.
Okay. This is new business which may be acted upon with a majority vote of the council. It's item number 2026-022. It's an authorization to contract for and expend a fiscal year 2026 grant in the amount of $1,800 from the Massachusetts Council on Aging to support men's fitness program being offered through the Barnstable Adult Community Center, as written.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Director Ganella?
Yes, again, Chris Ganella, Director of Community Services. The Massachusetts Council on Aging has generously provided a grant to provide funds for a men's fitness program at the Barnstable Adult Community Center. This grant provides funds to reimburse the Barnstable Council on Aging for paying the Visiting Nurses Association of Cape Cod to provide professionally trained instructors to facilitate a men's fitness program at the center. The Barnstable Council on Aging was awarded a grant in the amount of $1,800 to offset these costs. This grant will fund professional instruction for a total of 12 classes. The classes will be broken into 2 consecutive 6-week sessions, meeting once a week for an hour. Classes are scheduled to begin in January of 2026 and run through March of 2026. The men's fitness program will be provided by the Public Health Exercise Physiologist from the Visiting Nurses Association of Cape Cod, Public Health and Wellness Division. This program is a comprehensive initiative designed to address the unique fitness and health concerns that men face as they age. By focusing on strength, endurance, balance, mobility, and cognitive function, this program aims to improve overall well-being and quality of life for male participants. Through structured 60-minute exercise sessions, participants will gain the tools to maintain physical and mental health, fostering independence and confidence. Currently, there are limited fitness programs specifically designed for older men in Barnstable area, and the Barnstable Council on Aging would like to address the need by removing the financial barriers for this pilot program. Additionally, we are trying to increase the number of male participants, which is historically low at most Council on Agings throughout the Commonwealth, and we're hopeful this will assist with those efforts. We are grateful for the Massachusetts Council on Aging for their continued support. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion? Councilor Turkelson.
I'm just curious if, just because it's winter, and I'm thinking, I know we haven't had a lot of snow in the last few years, but if there is a day where they're not able to hold a class, will that be held at a different time? Will it be pushed back so that all 12 sessions? I'm just thinking the sensibility of having it in winter, it's good, it gets people out of the house, but on the same hand, if it's particularly cold or icy or snowy, that winter might not be the best time to be having.
I understand the question. I appreciate it. I believe that that would be dependent upon the Visiting Nurses Association and their availability, but I know that our staff would like to reschedule, and I believe that Director Howley is working on a built-in date for that purpose specifically. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Lutke?
Yeah, I just wondered, because as you said, it's very new and you don't usually think about this. Who brought this forward? Was it the people using the center, or was this something it's an initiative coming down from above? I think it's a cool idea. I mean, have you ever had a men's class before?
Strictly men, we've tried several, and then I don't know if some of you remember, we had transformed an area down in the lower level for a pool room to try to engage elder men to visit the center. This specifically came from the Massachusetts Council on Aging, so this came from them and down.
So you think you'll be able to get it filled? Are you going to get participants?
I believe we will.
Okay, cool.
Good. Vice President Clark?
Thank you, President Tamish, and thank you, Director Ganella. So I can read that this is designed for older men, and how is that defined?
She's asking for a friend.
Yeah. You got that right.
As defined as the tax write-off program, everything else, it's 55 and up over there, yes.
Ooh.
55 and up.
I'm approaching that very quickly, thank you.
I got a chance.
They must be talking about Councilor Neary.
I need it.
Yeah. Okay, any further discussion? Madam Clerk?
Councilors Lutke,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes. Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque.
Yes.
12 yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now, I believe I've got them all, right? Okay. Mr. Kupfer?
Oh, this is our workshop.
I'll get it. What's he need? What's that? Oh.
you.
Okay.
We're good?
Anytime you're ready.
Excellent.
I recognize Jim Cupford.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for recognizing me. Jim
You look
Cupford,
familiar.
Director of Planning and Development. So 10:30 at night, I'm sure everyone's very excited to let's break into a District of Critical Planning Concern workshop, but it's an important workshop to take on at this time. I want to make sure we have, I think they're working on the PowerPoint, getting it up. So what we'll talk about this evening is what a district of critical planning concern is. I know there's been a lot of, there has been some chatter about instituting a district of critical planning concern, so I think it's important for the counselors, and talking with the president, it was important at this time to really dive into what a DCPC is, a district of critical planning concern, what the process entails, and also, as you see in your agenda, a district of critical planning concern and how it relates to the growth incentive zone, because again, a lot of discussion about that, and we want to make sure we have all of our facts in line. Okay, yep, we're good. Yep, I think we're good. Thank you. So, District of Critical Planning Concern, what is it? So the authorization is through the Cape Cod Commission Act, and further, it's furthered through Chapter E of the Cape Cod Commission for their DCPC regulation. So it turns back to our county in the Cape Cod Commission Act. What is it exactly? Under the Cape Cod Commission Act, the Barnstable County government is charged with the designation of this DCPC for geographic areas of Cape Cod, which are of critical value to the county, that must be preserved and maintained due to one or more of the following factors. So this is kind of the start of how we define what a district of critical planning concern is. These three items, these three factors here. So the first is as broad as one could write it, the presence of significant natural, coastal, scientific, cultural, architectural, archaeological, historic, economic, or recreational resources or values of a regional, statewide, or national significance. The second is the presence of substantial areas of sensitive ecological conditions, and that one, as I'll identify here later, is one that's used most often when talking about district of critical planning concern, so the presence of sensitive habitat, essentially. And third, the presence or proposed establishment of major capital public facility or area of public investment. So this is kind of the first set of, okay, we're thinking about a district of critical planning concern. Does it meet one of these factors to start off? Now, what is it? It's a tool. It's a planning tool. A DCPC designation process is a planning tool that provides for, among other things, a moratorium on development activities in a very specific area as a community looks to adopt specific regulations that will protect those early factors that I identified. So it begins to lay out a process for special regulations, and while you're developing out and thinking about how we can right-size those special regulations, there is a moratorium on development activities. As will be discussed later, the development moratorium, both in its time and the effect in which it freezes, is set by the act and not controlled by the town, and could extend up to 2 years. So it's a very serious tool, and that's why I think it's important for all of us to understand the facts, the process, and what it truly does. So a DCPC is not really common. It's been a tool for over 30 years. It has 12 DCPCs throughout our county. 3 of them sit here in the town of Barnstable. Town of Barnstable has a town-wide DCPC that encourages affordable housing. Pond Village and Centerville, Craigville are related to, again, the ecological resources, flood zone. And then throughout the county, a number of communities have DCPCs, again, much relating to protecting of natural resources, though Eastham developed out a DCPC to incentivize economic growth. And there's also, I should note, and I'll talk about who can apply, not just the community, the county can apply. And they have done so Cape-wide at least twice. So how to nominate a DCPC. So we're thinking about, should we identify a district of critical planning concern? We've identified some of those early factors, and we said we're thinking about right-sizing our regulations to protect those resources. We have to put together a nomination application to the county. So the town of Barnstable completes the required DCPC nomination application form. So that's the practical aspect. We're developing out the application itself. At that time, there's no moratorium in place. We're working on developing out the facts. The nomination comes from, or can come from, one of these bulleted items. I will note, as you probably see, the town council is not one of them. And that's why the discussion that has been to date is if the council were to consider it, it would be recommending that the town manager or another body, I guess, apply for the nomination. So what's included in that very practical application are the 4 items generally. Map of the district, description of the district, so really the narrative of that map, explanation for the district and our current bylaws and regulations within that district. So a map of the district, critical area or critical resources that are in need of protection. So we need to identify those on a map. It is the planning area which should be considered in adopting a coordinated system of regulation. So we're identifying the area and understanding what regulations need to be adjusted, amended, to protect the critical resource that we started with, that first factor. And then identifying dimensions, landmarks, boundaries of the district. Written description, as I mentioned, the second item is a written description of the proposed district, so really just a narrative of that visual map that we would put together. And this is a very critical one here. This is the explanation, the rationale as to why we would submit a district of critical planning concern for a specific area. And so there's 3 bullets here. Why the area is of critical value to the county, why it must be preserved and maintained due to one or more of the previous mentioned factors, so again, back in the beginning, and why special regulations, so adjusting of our current regulations, and additional planning is needed to protect the district from development that's inconsistent with the proposed designation, including documentation of community concern. The second bullet, types of problems associated with development of the area and any studies or reports outlining community needs. And third, the types of development that would be consistent with the purpose of the proposed development. So we're really trying to set the framework as to what's our concerns and what we see the end result being. Because at the end of the day, the deliverable here is potentially an ordinance for a district that is very likely zoning related. So it would be zoning that is amended in a district to meet the needs of the proposed district. So the last thing is our current bylaws and regulations. Obviously, we have no shortage of those. And I would note if we're talking about the growth incentive zone specifically, we would be talking about, obviously, our zoning ordinance, our general ordinance, specifically our downtown Hyannis zoning ordinance, our Hyannis Main Street Waterfront Historic District ordinance, their associated design guidelines, and our planning board design guidelines at minimum. There may be some others. Now, we've put together that nomination application. Upon receipt of a nomination, the Cape Cod Commission shall accept or reject the nomination within 45 days. So they have up to 45 days. Upon receipt of the fully complete application, the commission publishes what's called an official notice of nomination. So they've received it. They're issuing that notice that they have received it. They have 45 days to review the application. During that time, all local development permits are suspended. So moratorium has now begun. And that includes any permit, license, authority, order, approval, certificate, endorsement, permission required from a municipal agency prior to commencement or completion of any development, but not including a municipal dump permit. That was very specific for some reason. There are 2 exemptions here, as spelled out in the Act. The first exemption is the repair, upgrade, change, alteration, or extension of a single-family dwelling or accessory structure, septic system, or water well relative thereof, if such dwelling existed prior to July of 1989, unless such upgrade, change, alteration, or extension is greater than 25% of the floor area of the dwelling. And then 40Bs, because 40Bs are state permits. So within those first 45 days, a moratorium is in place for all building permits, unless you are tinkering with your single-family house, essentially. Now, the application comes in, and if it's rejected, no harm, no foul, does not move forward. Now, if it's accepted, we need to start thinking about, well, we should have already thought about it, but this is the time where additional exemptions could be in place. So when you're filing your original application, we really need to think about the unintended consequences of filing that application and developing out a moratorium within a specific area, whether that's the growth incentive zone or otherwise. Because, as I mentioned right here, we're talking about you can repair your single-family house potentially, and that's it. So in thinking about the growth incentive zone, for instance, we have a very necessary hospital. We have very necessary services in our district. We have, properties that may want to improve themselves within that time. And if we don't list them as exemptions, they are not exempt, and the building commissioner will be unable to issue a building permit. So the exemptions for the town of Barnstable, if we're talking about the growth incentive zone, is only that first item. The first item being we have to spell out very specifically what exemptions there are, and that those exemptions are not substantially detrimental to the public health, safety, and general welfare, and essentially do not contradict what we're trying to protect ourselves from. So that first factor where we're trying to protect our district from X, obviously we can't contradict ourselves with exemptions that would impact that. The others are developments of regional impact and development agreements. Those don't apply here because that's when a commission is a party to it. And the growth incentive zone is meant to incentivize growth and have the local control within the growth incentive zone and omit the commission. And I'll dive into that a little bit more shortly. So we've put together our application. It's gone to the Cape Cod Commission. They've reviewed it essentially to make sure that it's a full and complete application. They've issued their notice, so it's 45 days of moratorium has begun. It now goes to a public hearing with the full Cape Cod Commission. And they have 60 days, so it's a public hearing. They have 60 days within that time to hold that public hearing and render a decision. Now, they can get an extension for another 60 days, so a total of 120 days. That public hearing, ultimately that decision, shall specify guidelines for development in the proposed district based upon the commission's findings related to the critical concerns in the area. So they are rendering a decision saying that whether they agree or don't agree with your nomination, and then they are spelling the terms of what guidelines should be developed for this district as it's relating to the critical concern in the area. So if the commission develops a positive recommendation on the DCPC application, the matter is presented. It has to go now to the county assembly and then the county commissioners for their adoption of a county ordinance. And it's adopted via county ordinance. So now we have an ordinance at place that says there is a DCPC in the town of Barnstable in this specific area. Now, so we've gone through the application, we've done the hearings, they've established a DCPC saying, hey, Town of Barnstable, we agree with you. There is something that needs to be protected. You need to amend your regulations, and this is how you need to amend your regulations. Go do it. So they turn to us and they say, you have 12 months to adopt those regulations. And there's possible extensions as well. If the town doesn't enact an ordinance within 12 months, as written, the Cape Cod Commission shall propose applicable regulations, and the county shall adopt those DCPC regulations through county ordinance. The town council cannot change ordinance or adopt inconsistent ordinances without commission approval. Any changes to the ordinance must be submitted to the commission for their approval. Accordingly, within the DCPC, the town council would be ceding its legislative authority to the county, particularly regarding zoning matters. Now, we have it in place. We're looking at the growth incentive zone. So this is the growth incentive zone, just people who were on the zoning ad hoc subcommittee. These maps probably make you cringe a little bit because we saw them many times. But the growth incentive zone is essentially from Nantucket or Channel Point from the south, Yarmouth Town Line on the east, Airport Rotary to the north, and the West End Rotary to the west. It also is the same boundaries as the downtown Hyannis zoning districts that were adopted previously. So what is the growth incentive zone? Growth incentive zone is an agreement between the Cape Cod Commission and the town of Barnstable, and their coordination for their efforts to identify and designate a district for areas particularly desirable and appropriate for concentrated growth and development that result in local control of development and does not require commission review and approval. So as you read that, my reading of it is the two don't necessarily work together well, but we can have more discussion about that. The last GIZ redesignation was authorized in 2018 for Hyannis. The GIZ was originally authorized in 2006, so we're coming up on 20 years now of the growth incentive zone. The reauthorization was approximately a 2-year public process to complete the application, a very similar application actually to the nomination form for reauthorization. We'll note, as everyone sitting here knows, the downtown Hyannis zoning was approved in 2023 with the same boundaries as the growth incentive zone. And obviously, as you very well know, since that time, I think it's important to note that the town council subcommittee took a nearly year-long public process culminating in the articles that were just forwarded to the planning board for review and consideration. In my mind, those very, I think, well-discussed and public process that and planning effort that was established for those agenda items are, or may be, that end result of this DCPC process, but retaining our local control. And with that, I know I went through that really quick. I'm happy to answer any questions now or after you've consumed it, talk about it at a later date.
Going back to about the fourth slide, you talked about suspension. Keep going, Jim.
Sorry, Lynn has it.
Another one. I'm sorry, all right. Well, maybe my question is, it said suspension of permits, and it talked about liquor licenses and whatever.
Yep.
Is that just applications are all suspended? I mean, does it affect any license or permit or building permit or anything else that's been issued? Or does it prohibit further? For example, if you have a building permit, you're doing the building, you go to get an occupancy permit, it would not permit the occupancy permit?
That's not correct. No, occupancy is allowed. So it specifically says in the act, if you have that building permit, you can continue on with that building permit. If you haven't pulled that final building permit, then we are frozen in time. So anyone who hasn't pulled that building permit, that development permit, cannot move forward at this time while we're working through the process and ultimately coming through with amended regulations potentially.
Okay. Councilor Ledke?
Jim, you've mentioned all of the ones that have gone forward. How many have been disapproved by the Cape Cod Commission?
I'm not certain of that. I could certainly get that answer for you.
Okay. Anyone else on my Vice President Clark?
Thank you very much, President Tamish. And Director Kupfer, in your slides, you make a mention of when the moratorium is initiated. And is there a lag between when that happens and should the Cape Cod Commission not accept the nomination?
Right, so they are reviewing it, and that 45 days is a moratorium while they're reviewing it. If they reject it, then that moratorium would end at that point.
Thank you.
Councilor Neary?
Thank you, President Tamish. And thank you, Jim. What I'm hearing, it might have been a little Freudian slip at the end there, but should we decide to go down this path, it sounds to me like we might wind up exactly where you just, where our most recent zoning conversations and thoughts have been proposed.
But potentially. So many other DCPCs, and I can point to the Craigville DCPC as a good example, ended up as a zoning amendment to right size the developments to protect the neighborhood, mostly as it states through flood prevention. And so yes, they amended zoning. I would say if we're speaking about the growth incentive zone specifically, this council has put together a zoning ad hoc subcommittee to look at that very exact question. We took a year planning process, and I think my professional opinion, is some really professional, reasonable amendments came out of that. And sure, we can have further discussion of those amendments, but I think the process was well done, and the end result was potentially some really good amendments to better the district.
As a follow-up, if I may, I think the way I see this, DCPC back in, I think it was 2001, I think the town went through it, and it effectively killed growth in the town and made, specifically improving blighted properties, reinvesting in the community was put on hold. I think that the zoning ad hoc committees did spend an awful lot of time and effort in coming up with some plans, whether I agree with them or not, but we have kind of a blueprint here, and zoning should be the basis. These regulatory agreements get a little dicey. I'm not even sure, I think zoning should kind of prevail in all this stuff. But with that said, maybe as opposed to looking at a DCPC, maybe we should really focus on what the ad hoc committee has come up with and see if there's a ground there that won't completely kill investment, but may offer some relief to some of the concerns that I think people have had in town. So that would be my thoughts on it anyways.
Thank you. Councilor Penn?
Yeah. Yes, thank you, President Tamish. I just want to say I was on the planning board for 12 years, for those of you who may not know that. And when the first growth incentive zone was put in was my first year on the planning board, so it was new to everybody here in town. And that growth incentive zone, which looks very different than the one today, map-wise, had a total square footage amount attached to it, basically saying, okay, in this area, the potential development for, that was when we put in 3.5 stories, and we were going for apartments over shops for the first time in downtown Hyannis. And so they figured out a total square footage. It was the town that did that figuring and said, we want to build XYZ, many thousand, hundreds of thousands of square feet within the growth incentive zone. And then the Cape Cod Commission either accepted it or said no. But of course, they never questioned it. They accepted it. And that allowed the town to have total control, because what a growth incentive zone does, as Mr. Kupfer said, is it takes all the power that the commission has and transfers it to the town. So so there's no review over 10,000 square feet, right? So the town has total control over this. So what this does, I kind of disagree with the statement that the town is not in control in a DCPC. The town has total control. We're the ones that nominate the area. We designate the area. We nominate the area. We state what we want fixed in the area. We state what our goals are. We state why we want them. And it's planning and development that works hand in hand with the planners and tells the Cape Cod Commission, you know, this is what we want to do. And you're absolutely right that the ad hoc zoning committee has done most of this work already. So we don't have to recreate the wheel, you know. We can start from where their recommendations start and say, this is what we want as part of this. And this is are the zoning changes we want, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But our new growth incentive zone that was just reapproved has no stated square footage. And there's something wrong with that. It needs to have a maximum square footage. And the way we do that is to look at the map and to finalize that, which probably will change with this DCPC if we go forward with this. And it needs to change because the first growth incentive zone was designed so that the growth happened in the commercial area of the village of Hyannis and downtown area, and it protected the residential neighborhoods. This current growth incentive zone doesn't do that, and there's something wrong with that. Why we need the DCPC is because the residents who live in downtown Hyannis and the residents, and we've heard Council Mendez a billion times saying, Hyannis is done. We're not taking any more. We're not going to do any more. You know, we're built. We're done. What in his words, obviously, those aren't his words, but that's what he's always saying to us. The residents came late to the party as far as the downtown zoning goes. The business people and the developers in the bid prescribed what the growth incentive zone was going to be and what the zoning was within it. And it's one-sided. And what we found through the work of the ad hoc committee, and I had nothing to do with what their work was. They did it on their own, as Mr. Kupfer can testify, and those of you who participate in it know full well that you did that work on your own. They came up with some wonderful recommendations for things that need to be fixed, but it's more than just that. Okay, it's bigger than that. It's bigger than all of us. You know, as people are saying, well, we can fix it on our own. It's going to take too long. I'm not concerned about the time as outlined because, like I said, the ad hoc committee's already done a lot of the work. It will definitely not take 2 years. The committee will still be involved. There are recommendations that maybe didn't even make it to our table can be part of this. Planning and development will still be directing the directions that we have. So the town, I disagree with the statement that the town's not in control of the DCPC. I think planning and development is very much in control. 'Of doing this, and that, you know, the town has total control of doing this. And that, you know, the town has total control of doing this. And that, you know, the town has total control of doing this. And that, you know, the town has total control of doing this. And that, you know, the town has total control of doing this. And that, you know, the town has total control of doing this. And that, you know, the town has total control of doing this. And that, you know, the town has total control of doing this. And that, you know, the town has total control of doing this. And that, you know, the town has total control of doing this. And that, you know, the town has total control of doing this. And that, you know, the town has total control of doing this. And that, you know, the town has total control of doing this. And that, you know, the town has total control of doing this. And that, you know, the town has total control of doing this. And that, you know, the town has total control of doing this. And that, you know, the town has total control of doing this. And that, you know, the town has total control of doing this. And that, you know, the town has total they will assure that the DCPC represents the town's needs. I was on the planning board, as I said, when we did the first DCPC in town, which is the Craigville Beach one, because the people in Centerville were outraged at that development where the guy went up 3 stories on Centerville River there, and they didn't want to see more of that. And so what happened? So we had a DCPC there. People who already had permits to build kept their permit. This doesn't do anything for that. It only prevents new ones, okay? And that's still the fact. And the area for the DCPC in Craigville, which deals with the Writers Conference Center and the whole area over there near Lake Elizabeth and everything. I mean, that was steered by the town and the planning board, and at the time it was called Growth Management Department. And you know what? I think people in Centerville are pretty happy with that right now, all these years later. And that wasn't a big problem. And the second one we did was over in Barnstable, Pond Village. And that was some ecological, that was a balance between the environment and building and sizes of houses, et cetera, et cetera. I don't hear anybody complaining in Barnstable Village that, oh, we have this DCPC over here, we don't like it. I think they like it. I think the people in Centerville like it. So I think Hyannis, as a village, needs the same respect, and they deserve the opportunity to have the same kind of outcome where the residents there can say, we like it, because they don't like it now. They don't like the zoning. And I think this gives people a chance to
Point
get
of
what
order,
they
I don't know if
need.
this counts as an item or not, but we probably have to go,
Yeah.
we're going to go past 11.
Councilor Penn, could you finish up, please?
11 o'clock.
Well, no, we don't.
Oh, we don't? 'Cause it
No.
counts as an item, okay.
No, we don't. Yeah. If, to start a new item, we would have to have a, yeah.
You guys just looking at the clock, or were you just listening?
Yes, yes, they were looking at the clock, but if you could finish up and,
I'm done.
okay, thank you. Any further comment? Councilor Levesque.
With all due respect, I appreciate Councilor Penn's involvement in her years of dedication to the village of Hyannis, but comparing Hyannis to Craigville Beach or Barnstable Village, I mean, it's apples and bicycles, you know. And again, within the growth incentive zone for years, the ineffectiveness with the regulatory agreements and really the level of negotiation and the inability to be able to enforce, it wasn't working. And the growth incentive zone was just not that. There was no growth happening within the growth incentive zone. That's why we move forward with that. And I know I'm constantly trying to give, a different type of history lesson, but to say with a wide brush that the residents don't like this, this is, in a lot of ways, it's the tail wagging the dog. I get it. There's certain people that do not like the zoning, but to say that's everybody, just because there's certain people who show up to to town council meetings, there's a lot of people who, and businesses in particular, and not just the bid, that or the Chamber of Commerce or whatever it is. Businesses, the business community wants to see these things happen. And sometimes, honestly, they're afraid to come out and talk because there is this old school type of thing that they feel they'll lose friends or they'll come against them. But to make this sound like the DCPC is some benign thing that's not going to have really, it's going to be great, it's going to be awesome, it's economic development suicide. It's like trimming bushes with a nuclear bomb. It's we are moving forward. We want to have honest discussion as elected officials on the dais with the things that we move forward, then we should do that. But to say that the DCPC, it's not benign. It's not, it's something that's being used right now to put a stop to all these types of things. And there's people out there that are really trying to make things happen. You know, just like you said, immigrant population trying to make things happen. People who are first generation, you know, citizens. You know, I could make a list of the people who are investing in this community that are having a hard time moving forward with permitting and things of that nature because they have to get this approval or that approval, this approval or that approval. This will cause so much fear in our community with our neighbors and constituents. And if this is just, you know, a stunt just to stop growth because you don't want to see more people move here and do population control, shame on you. You know what I mean? There's a lot at stake here, and it's not just about people who inherited their homes or, you know. And we always talk about, you know, second homeowners and things of that nature. It's, you know, and I get it, and I respect, and I think things should be done in a tasteful way. But to just, again, you know, this is not necessary, and there's a lot of people who are not in favor of this. That even sometimes maybe they don't have time to come here and speak, or they don't even know what it's about. But this is a backdoor policy. This is to put a building moratorium in place.
Thank you. Any further discussion, Councilor Schnepp?
Director Kupfer, could you, I think at the very beginning, you said there were 3 criteria for nominating a DCPC. And it sounded like, even though there were a lot of reasons, I'm having a hard time figuring out where it would, natural, coastal, scientific, cultural, architectural, archaeological, historic, economic, or recreational resources. What would we pick for the growth incentive zone? I mean, I'm not even sure what we would be arguing. And I also have an issue with, and I think our town councilor, Nober, has brought up the fact that this area has been under a lot of public outreach and discussion for the last probably 5+ years, 6+ years, for the initial form-based code. And then add to that the process that's over a year for the ad hoc zoning committee to look at it. I mean, I'm kind of at a loss to say, you know, why we'd need to slap a DCPC when we've had a very thoughtful and thorough process to arrive at the zoning and possible amendments to the zoning for this area. So. Plus, we would be ceding a lot of control back to the commission for an area that, you know, we spent a lot of time trying to get as designation as a growth incentive zone. So, I mean, it almost seems completely contradictory. It's a growth incentive zone, and we want to completely put a moratorium on it. Okay.
Councilor Turkelson?
If we as a council have the amendments to the zoning that we have referred forward, those require 2/3 majority vote for zoning changes?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
When I ran for election 2 years ago, I talked to hundreds of people. And one of my issues was all the building that's going on. Main Street, because it's Hyannis we're talking about. I think there were 2 people who argued with me about the zoning that was there. Everyone else didn't like it. And obviously we have a problem because we have, this zoning has caused more strife in this town. And then we have the Pleasant Lane, Stewie Bornstein's thing, plopping down into the middle of a quiet community, and it was the zoning that allowed that to happen. So I think we have to take a close look at, our zoning, and, developers and real estate agents and people in the trades, they're very important to us, but they're not the only people here who live in this town. And to have one group of people have so much control over what happens, and taking that away from the town, I think that's a problem.
If I may just respond real quickly
Sure.
to just one comment. So not to get into too specific of projects, but I will note that the zoning doesn't allow for the Pleasant Hill project by right. He has to go through a number of hurdles, which I outlined to the council. I just wanted to clarify that one.
Councilor Turkelson?
Yeah, thank you, President Tamish. I forgot my thought. I had just one more thing. I've heard twice this week about how people can't attend meetings. I think that, President Tamish, you've done a nice job every time we have a meeting of reminding our residents that we're available by email at any time. People can pick up a phone. I know that we hear a lot about people have reached out to me. We also don't have any real confirmation of people actually reaching out to us. I think if developers feel the need to come and fight for what they think is best for the community, then it would be best for them to come and show up or send us an email. I read all the emails that came in about the DCPC. I read all the emails about the equity resolve that we did. I think that we're very receptive, and that's a mechanism where people can tell us what they think. As much as they might be concerned, they could send us an email, and I think that's important. I think a lot of people showed up at those ad hoc zoning committee meetings to tell us how they feel. I did drive by Independence House and was horrified to see how close that new development is going to be right next to a single, a small house. So I can really feel the frustration that people have when big buildings are going up right next to their properties. So there's no easy answer. It will be a give and take. And maybe a more neutral third party would be the solution to a divided council that's been divided since the day I got on into my seat. Thank you.
Councilor Penn?
Thank you. Just in response to a quick answer to Councilor Schnepp's question, the reasons would be economic and historic. Okay? That's a number one up there. Economic and historic. Those would be the reasons.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Lutke?
Yeah, I want to piggyback on what Councilor Turkelson said about a third party. And it is true, there's a great division here, and we would need to do the zoning changes, a supermajority. And I'm not sure that will happen. And, when labor, I come from a background of organized labor, you go to a mediation board. And I think that this is perhaps something we need because, and to piggyback on what Charlie says, there's a lot of strife out there. I mean, we can say it's only a few people, but it's not. And to Councilor Shepp's question, what are the rationale? It's cultural. It is economic. People don't come here to see what they can see in any other state in the United States, and that's what we're becoming. All of this new construction could be just dropped anywhere in the United States. And I find it just so disheartening as a Hyannis councilor that we're doing this. And, Main Street and the harbor area are very special. And to think we're just going to plop on down and do this, I think it's time for the DCPC. I think we need a mediator and arbitration, and it would help to come forward with what the zoning ad hoc and then some, because there is more. And we also, looking at this list, have some very sensitive ecological areas. And that's what the Pleasant Hill is all about. And that's frankly what the Save Twin Brooks was all about. There's a stream, Stewart's Creek, that goes right by. How that building that's now being turned into housing ever got built is incredible to me, with that stream literally feet from it. What we've done and continue to do to Hyannis is wrong. It just is wrong for many reasons here. And it's time for us to maybe step back, let things settle, because there is so much friction and division here.
President Tamish.
Just 1 second. Jim, just for clarification, if we voted for a DCPC, we then have to come out with new regulations. Presumably, they're going to be zoning. So we're going to be right back to square one if we don't have as someone said, a supermajority or 9 votes to pass. That zoning would still have to be passed with 9 votes,
That's correct, yes.
And if we didn't come to a consensus on a change in the zoning within the DCPC, the commission would step in and say, this is going to be your new regulations for that area. Is that correct?
That's how it's written, yes.
So I think, for me, I think what we need to do is to move forward. We've already have some of the most critical zoning items in the pipeline. Do we move forward on them? And if they get rejected, for example, do we then say, well, do we go back to the drawing board? Do we put a DCPC in effect if that zoning doesn't pass? And as far as, to Councilor Ludke's comment about mediation or whatever, we're elected to make the hard decisions. And I just don't think for us to go to, as a council, to go to mediation would be a very good look for us at all, to say the least. You would kind of say you guys are dysfunctional and can't make a decision for yourselves, but my opinion. But Councilor Levesque?
Thank you. I just hear a lot of times in these discussions that there's just a lot of platitudes. I mean, our planning and development director just has already gone out of his way to disprove the 32 Pleasant. The fact that this is, oh my gosh, this is all happening, this is going to happen, it's because of this zoning, cost blame. He's already said a number of times that's actually not true. But time and time again, it gets said at this dais like it's truth. Just like a social media website that Councilor Neary referred to, that a lot of councils are getting linked to, and false information that's being put on there, that this thing, these petitions, all this different stuff, it's all birthed and rabble-rousing. To say that, this is strife and different things like that.
Is that what you're saying I'm doing?
I didn't say that. I'm having a comment, sir. You can have your comment after mine. But to say that we're having strife, you just speak in platitudes, plopping down, strife, this and that. If they need to, they should just email. They have ways they can contact us. Why don't you go where they are? That's what I try to do. That's what I tried to listen. We went, as Councilor Schnepp mentioned, there was an outreach process. None of you were there. Not none of you, but a number of you were not even there. And then you get elected, and now there's strife. It's just, I think we need to, it's in front of us. We're moving forward, and this whole idea of that we need to create an emotional atmosphere to try to get people to respond the way we want them to, it's wrong. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilor Turkelson.
Just want to set the record straight, Councilor Levesque. You were part of the ad hoc zoning, and you didn't show up.
If I can respond to that?
No.
Okay, you're not finished? Okay, I'll respond to that.
I would like to finish. I was part of that committee, and I showed up.
Good.
For 9 months, I was there.
Right.
So the insinuation that we didn't show up is unfair.
Didn't say that.
Yeah, actually, you did.
No, I
You
didn't.
implied
Nope.
that we were not there.
At a time, please.
And then secondly, I'm just pointing out a fact because I've heard twice, once from you and once from another person, that we're not available to come to meetings. And I'm just reminding people, Councilor Levesque. So I'm sorry that that's offensive to you, but that's the truth. And sometimes people need reminding.
Councilor Lutke?
Yes, another thing that Councilor Vec just said, he said that you councilors are being linked to this Facebook group. What does that mean, we're being linked to it? Can you explain your statement you just made?
Well, I think that will be forthcoming.
All right.
I don't think we really want to go there. And
We're kind of getting off the topic here.
what I'm saying is, and I'll respond to that, and I just think that if you want to talk about the issues at hand in some specific project, how's that? I should reword my thing. If you want to talk about a specific project and how this is done, but just to speak in platitudes, and honestly, some of it's mixed in with false information that's been refuted, it's just very frustrating to have to continually listen to those types of things. And just, and when we're actually doing work, that's what makes us, it's so frustrating that we're doing things, we're moving things forward, but it's not enough. You know, that we have to win, we have to stop, we have to, this would hurt people, and that's where I'm coming from. If we move forward with something like this, it would hurt the town. It would hurt our economic growth, it would hurt our taxpayer base. And I'm sorry if I take it personal, you know what I mean? Or if I made it personal, I do apologize for that. If I could take back the words, I would. But what I'm saying is that let's work on the issues at hand. And I think we're moving forward in that. And if we could continue to do that in a constructive way. It's also after 11 o'clock and I'm exhausted. So it's, you know, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Turkelson?
I just want to, I understand what you're saying, Councilor Levesque. The people on the ad hoc zoning committee took many hours to listen, to ask questions, to look at the data, to look at the ramifications, look at the maps and go over it and over it. And Director Comfort was very patient with us. And in the end, I think Director Comfort said we came up with some very good, legitimate changes that need to be considered. So I hope that we'll all be open-minded. As you are asking us to be open-minded, we all need to remain open-minded because we did the deep dive, because the zoning was put into place. There were some questions about maybe it needed some tweaking. We spent 9 months doing the deep dive, and here we are with some recommendations. So maybe it's not a DCPC, but maybe it is just a conversation here on the dais and we make some changes. But there was a group of people who spent a lot of time digging deep and listening to people and listening to our planning department and seeing where maybe the zoning needs tweaking.
I just want to reiterate, I'm sorry, one more time, and I'm sorry.
Last one.
No problem. I have no problem with the work that the ad hoc committee did. And the reason why, and I've stated it before, is I had to support my family, and I work in the hospitality industry, and at 3:30 on a Friday afternoon, I had to work. Like a lot of people did, unfortunately, that couldn't come to the meetings because of that reason. And I understand the reasons for having the meeting at that time, but I stated it before, and that is why I could not come. Thank you.
Okay. All right. What I would like to do is get a consensus here. The plan was that we would have this presentation, we would have a discussion. If there is a consensus to move forward to have a formal article and at the next meeting, September 4th, to have a resolution to direct the town manager to submit a application to the Cape Cod Commission for a DCPC for the, roughly, however it's worded, the area of the GIZ or whatever. So I would just like to have a little bit of a straw poll. This is not exactly this is not a vote, but just to get people's feelings, should this move forward in a more formal process? Any comments?
Mr. Neary?
President
Neary?
Tamish, I would not be in favor of a DCPC personally. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I would be in favor.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Counselor Penn, yes?
Yes, please.
You know, I certainly give my opinion. I think DCPC at this point is kind of using a shotgun where we should be using maybe a BB gun. We've done the work. We've already done the work. I mean, a fantastic job was done by the zoning ad hoc committee. We moved their recommendations forward to the planning board tonight. Hopefully we will get them back prior even to the time when a DCPC application could be filed and acted on. So, I mean, if the recommendations of the zoning ad hoc committee are not acted on or are rejected and we're back to square one, I think that would change the whole complexion of it for me. But right now, I think we're so far down the process, or the road with the process, that I think we should just continue with that process and keep going on it. You know, I just think that it's almost like, no, I'm not going to go there, but I changed my mind on that. I changed my mind on that analogy that I was going to use. But, you know, I just think that we're at the point now where we continue on the road we're on. And you know, we always have to look at the unintended consequences, too. You know, if we say, well, yeah, we're in favor of a DCPC, and it takes us, you know, it's not going to happen in 10 days. You know, the whole application and everything else I don't think is going to be done in 10 days from the time we direct the town manager to do it. Just in discussion with Mr. Kupfer and what's involved in it, there's a significant amount of work to be done. And, you know, are we going to then, some people who may be on the fence as far as putting in projects or have not, you know, made a decision or whatever, are they going to then say, wow, I better get a permit in here quick, because if I don't, you know, I could be locked out for a year and a half or whatever it happens to be. So I just think we have to be careful about that, the unintended consequences. And, you know, what kind of an economic effect does it have on the town? You know, I know there are a lot of projects that we don't like. There are a lot of, perhaps, developers that are not our favorites. But I think people have moved forward using the rules that we have established. And now we want to change the rules in the middle of the game. And I don't think that's necessarily right. You know, it's one thing to have a change in zoning where it's been vetted. I mean, gosh, you guys spent, you know, 9-10 months or whatever, and, you know, we had a fantastic report that we discussed, and we moved forward, and we prioritized, and those are being sent to the planning board, as opposed to a DCPC that pops up in, you know, in a month or 5 weeks or 6 weeks or something. You know, you turn the world upside down within that area. But just my feeling. I'm sorry, Mr. Ellis?
Good evening, Mark Ellis, Town Manager. Thank you for recognizing me. Just one request for your consideration for me, being the person that, you know, I don't know the outcome of tonight, but if you're asking us to proceed with an application within the resolve that you'll bring forward for council to do that direction to me, could you include the council's justification? Because I think it's really important for us to clearly understand so that we're not speculating, even though I know there'll be a dialogue, but if you could include that, if it moves to a vote for this at a future meeting, that would be really helpful to me.
Okay.
If you don't, then we'll proceed anyways, but I think it would make it much more clear so that we can have a valid application from the council's perspective.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. All right, so where are we going? Councilor Schnapp?
I support your viewpoint.
Thank you. Councilor Bloom?
I need more information, or I need to think about this, because the economic effects on the town are something that I'm concerned about.
I am too. You know, I think we've given developers a list of rules to play by, and they're playing by them. And now we're saying, well, we want to change the rules, but we want to change the rules like this. We want to change the rules in the middle of their game. And I think we need a much more thought-out process for changing the zoning. And we've had part of it with the ad hoc committee. I'm sure there's more discussions to come. You know, we tried to prioritize not to overwhelm staff, not to overwhelm the planning board, get the most important ones, move them to the planning board, have those come back to us. And we always said that we were going to reassess the rest of the report from the ad hoc committee. And, you know, that's work that remains to be done. So, Councilor Schnapp? Good.
Thank you, President Tamish. I just wanted to add that there could be some additional unintended consequences. We have received several designations from the state as housing choice community, various things that sort of predicated on some of the changes that we have made and promoted in this area of Hyannis. So again, I think we want to be very careful in moving forward with something that's very blunt as an instrument when we already have a pathway that you've well described.
Yeah, again, you know, I'm not in favor of the DCPC, but if people want to move it forward for a further discussion, to have a formal discussion, to have a public, I don't want to call it a public hearing, but in conversation with the town attorney, we said we could certainly have public comment within our discussion if we so chose to do so. That's another way to go, but you know, to just say we're going to do a DCPC at this point, I just don't think I could support that. But Councilor Penn?
Yes, Mr. Chair. You know, the borders of the growth incentive zone and the zoning within it is flawed. There's nothing more noble than admitting you made a mistake. You made a mistake. I've heard several councilors say, I wish I hadn't voted for this zoning. I wish I had done this. I wish I had done that. This zoning had 15 amendments on the night it was passed. 15. It probably could have used 30. So what's wrong with it just admitting that there was a mistake made? It doesn't mean that people have to grovel in it or anything. So there was a mistake. It's not the end of the world. There's nothing to be afraid of with a DCPC. Everybody's going, oh my God, a DCPC. Well, what about the one in Centerville? That's good, right? What about Pond Village? That one's good. So why can't this one be good? It's still going to be our product. It's still going to be the zoning that we choose, whether it be the ad hoc committee or the planning board. I mean, I just don't understand what everybody's afraid of. Anybody who has a permit right now gets to keep it. It's like grandfathered. You're not threatened by it. So there's no new permitting, but our work is almost all done already. There's nothing worse with trying to fix something while you have people working against you because they're building according to what's there, if what's there is flawed. And we know it's flawed. Everybody admits it's flawed.
No, we don't. We're not all in agreement on this
Councilor
issue.
Schnapp, please.
Well, you don't live in Hyannis, and I do. And I think if you polled the Hyannis people here, they're all in agreement. So why can't you just say, hey, they have an issue. Let's fix it. What's wrong with fixing it?
All right. Any further comment? No?
I get up at 4:30 to feed cats. I gotta go.
Okay, thank you. We still have 9, 2, 6, 8, 9. Okay. We still have a quorum. By the way, Madam, did you get the information that Councilor Starr had left at approximately 10:30? Okay, thank you. What are we going to do? Is there a consensus to move it forward, to not move it forward? What do we think? Am I saying, some people, we haven't really expressed an opinion? Vice President Clark?
Thank you very much, President Tamish. I hear your perspective and value that. I do think that the ad hoc committee made great strides, and by sending these recommended proposals to the planning board, that we are in fact moving those changes faster than if they went to a DCPC with a timeout and 2-year review. So I do think that any refinement of the form-based zoning that Councillor Penn alluded to had 15 amendments. I do recall that very long meeting. That there are perhaps some room for refinements, and the ad hoc committee identified it. So I think that's helpful. On the other hand, if we did choose to put discussion of this on the agenda, it would afford the public an opportunity to weigh in on it and give them a voice to this discussion.
Okay. Councilor Levesque.
I know it's late, but this DCPC is just a workaround. We've already been asked. We need a supermajority, right? And the tea leaves may say that you're not going to have a supermajority. So this is just a workaround. That's all this is. It's to try to get zoning to stop, the building to stop. Let's do it. I actually said, let's not do the ad hoc committee. Let's just bring it right to the dais. We would have had the discussion right now. It would already be done. I'm obviously not for having a DCPC. I just think that there's a lot of, there's a lot of conversation that's going on, I think, behind the scenes. I obviously have no proof, but this is, it just borderlines, and to say that, what's the big deal? We made a mistake, 15 amendments. The 15 amendments, a lot of it was just cleanup language. If I don't want to tell the whole story, Councilor Clark, and how that all came to be, and Councilor Penn came in here, what happened in certain meetings, so on and so forth. We don't want to dig up that kind of history. Because, again, I remember quite vividly that, people were reached out to, and it was in the 11th hour to try to, this is politics 101. This isn't my first rodeo. So, and that's what this is. So this is politics. So I'm not in favor of this. I don't think it's being done the right way.
Councilor Crowe, do you have anything to like to?
I've been listening to both sides here, and I see many are stuck in where their positions are, and I'm not sure a DCPC. I think would be detrimental to the growth in our town. But at the same time, reasonable tweaks that we have come up with over the last month, and I was 9 months or whatever it was with the zoning subcommittee, which I attended every meeting, and those are reasonable tweaks to this project, and I find it a little disconcerting that two of the greatest advocates against any kind of change aren't from Hyannis at all. And I'm speaking. And it seems like those have they have, let me say this, they have the ear of the contractors that are in town. And thank you for letting me speak. We've listened to you speak and blabber on for quite some time. Okay, well, you got to tell him but reasonable tweaks are something that I think that would be that we can think about, and I like to see them done. But the idea and the hubris of not allowing any changes to what we have that have been developed by a committee that you came once for, and you only came once. I'm sorry, we had the first meeting. One counselor who will be not mentioned was there just to make sure that they tried to figure out who the chair was, and then never showed up again. Okay, it is politics. I agree, but I think being so stubborn that no small changes that are popular within both the subcommittee and many people in this town is asking for this TCPC.
So are you in favor of moving this along, or would you rather? I'm a little bit unclear as to what your bottom line is.
I think others have spoken about discussing this again. I think we should do so.
Okay. Anyone else? Well, that's kind of a mixed bag. No, I don't think we're going to get a consensus. So I think as the chair, I think if we can't come to a consensus, I think what I will do, we'll come up with a resolution, and we will put it on the September 4th agenda, and we will talk about it again, I guess. And I'd like everyone to, we'll have a formal vote, is what I guess it's going to have to take, and we can't do that tonight. So we will put it on for the September 4th agenda. We'll come up with a resolution and have a discussion. And as I said, I would like to have a public comment portion of that. And we'll see what the public has to say, both pro and con, and move it forward. So having said that, could I have a motion?
Move to adjourn.
To adjourn. Motion adjourned. Motion seconded. Madam Clerk?
Councilors, Neri,
Yes, please.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.